never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Secret in the diesel, you know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends, we're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed, are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly, you clean clear to Flagtown, let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel, you know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends, we're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel, you know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends, we're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
boy, made it through hump day, didn't we? Well, if you're listening to the sound of my voice, I'd assume we made it through. So we will transition into a Thursday, 16th day of June. One day closer to summertime. Yeah, I know, it's felt very summer-like in the eastern half of the country this week, hadn't it? We got all the details. We'll break it down for you. The heat wave actually continues. Although for our Thursday, we're not seeing nearly as many excessive heat warnings. Things bumping down to more heat advisories, which will again stretch from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. Looks like areas that will still be under, is that excessive heat warnings or maybe red flag warnings? With the heat and the dry conditions we've seen the last couple days. Yeah, it's actually excessive heat warnings. All right, so many different colors on the map here. Western Kentucky, the southernmost reaches of Indiana toward the Evansville area. About the southern third of Illinois and southeastern Missouri. Again, excessive heat warnings for the upcoming day. Meanwhile, the heat advisories continue through Georgia, Alabama, northern Mississippi, on up into Ohio, about the southern two-thirds of Indiana. But relief is on the way. It comes with a price, and that will be more severe weather in the offing. As I look at the current map, we have showers, thunderstorms, a lot of rain, northern lower Michigan, stretching back through southeastern portions of Minnesota. It's not widespread, but that's the front. Then later in the day, we'll be igniting another round of severe weather crossing the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley. There's another cluster of showers and thunderstorms in the southeast tonight. Now, if I had not put the radar in motion, I would have assumed rain would be headed toward places like Atlanta overnight. But it's this setup. The storm activity is actually moving from east to west, opposite of where the direction you would normally see precipitation moving there in the southeast. So you've seen some heavy rain pushing through Montgomery, Alabama. Tuscaloosa, you'll probably be seeing some rain in the coming hours, maybe some light rain up toward Huntsville. But those were heavier storms over eastern portions of Alabama, now moving due west into central Alabama tonight. Again, the opposite of the direction you'd normally anticipate your weather to be moving. Along the eastern seaboard, it is a quiet night. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker in southwest Ohio. Still very warm, muggy, almost hot, 82.9, so you might as well say 83 degrees outside the secret bunker at this late hour, past the midnight hour. It's been a couple of very summer-like days. So let's start right there. Summer does not officially begin until next Tuesday. But the hottest weather in years already has set records across a large part of the country this week, as we all know. Parts of Chicago, triple digits for the first time in nearly a decade, as the extreme heat gripped the Midwest. Windy City was actually somewhat windy on Tuesday, but those breezes didn't give a whole lot of relief from the heat, as the temperature climbed to 100 degrees. At Chicago's Midway International Airport, just outside the city, the first triple-digit reading at the airport in 10 years. It was July of 2012. Midway Airport, the only location in the immediate Chicago area to reach 100 degrees, but other places in the city topped out in the upper 90s. But that triple-digit reading at Midway will not rewrite any pages in the record books, because it's not the city's official weather reporting location. That distinction goes to Chicago's O'Hare International Airport, where temperatures peaked at 98 degrees that day. Now, the unusual warmth was not just a daytime thing. I mean, low temperatures at O'Hare Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, you bottomed out at a chilly 81 degrees. That's your normal high for June 15th. And it felt even hotter than the numbers during the height of the heat, as the real feel, the heat index, the moisture in the air, made it feel like 104 degrees. Well, to help combat the heat at the Windy City, cooling centers were opened. Pool hours were extended. The Chicago Park District offered 34 designated cooling centers at park field houses throughout the city. Facilities offering air-conditioned spaces, which were open to the public during the regular operating hours. The city's improved efforts to respond to the brutally hot weather, just a month after 3 women had died at a senior housing facility during that brief heat wave we had last month in May. Chicago, of course, not the only city sweltering in the heat. More than 103 million people have been affected by the hot weather this week. We saw the excessive heat watches and warnings, heat advisories covering a large swath of the country from Wisconsin to Louisiana. As we started the week, St. Louis was one of those cities under the excessive heat warning early this week. Temperature hit the century mark on Monday. That was a record for that date. Now, to make matters worse, of course, thousands of people throughout the region were without power, no juice to run the AC due to the severe weather that had swept through. Now, here in the state of Ohio, more than 20,000 homes and businesses were still without power this past day after those severe storms ripped through the area Monday night. I can tell you this, I got a memo from Josh earlier that, of course, the power was out there in Mount Gilead. I think they were shuttered for the day on Tuesday. It sounds like they may, I don't know if they had purchased a generator or what, but they had some power this past day, because the memo Josh sent me has said, just a heads up, Steve, we have not been able to upload the podcasts for the overnight drive for either Tuesday or Wednesday due to limited power and limited data, I guess, the ability to run the computers. So hopefully things getting better there. Haven't actually physically spoke to Josh or Kyle to get an update. What the heck's been going on there? Franklin County, Ohio, that's the Columbus area. The real field temperature hit 108 degrees on Tuesday. Now, early in the day, Wednesday morning, still 50,000 customers were without power. Unfortunately, the overnight low temperatures didn't cool off much. A lot of folks waking up to the hot, humid conditions with, even in the early, waking up in the morning, it felt like temperatures were already in the 90s. Power outages were also high in West Virginia after Monday's storms through the overnight hours. Cooling centers were opened in Winfield, West Virginia, just west of Charleston. The Tees Valley Fire Department headed up to Hurricane, West Virginia, northwest of Charleston, to help the kids at the High-Tor YMCA camp beat the heat there. Actually broke out some of the fire hoses, spraying water across the camp field to cool off the campers there. In Minneapolis, at least 14 schools without air conditioning shifted to what they call distance learning as the city braced for their high temperatures there. You know, why are kids still in school? It's my kind of question. Schools in Minneapolis were slated to release students for the summer on June the 10th. There's the answer. There was a 3-week teachers' strike back in April that has students still in school for another week and a half. I guess the final day of the school year is June the 24th there now. A record heat was issued further south as well. Nashville on Tuesday, reaching 97 degrees. The old record was 96 from back in 1990. Due to the heat in the Tennessee Valley Authority issued a power supply alert, and the Nashville Electric Service was asking customers to reduce electricity usage. Record-breaking heat this past day on Wednesday felt all the way up into the Toledo, Ohio area, 98 degrees. That was a record, broke the record of 96 from back in 1994. Clarksburg, West Virginia, hitting 96, breaking your record of 94 set in 1967. Even the southern hub of Atlanta receiving record-breaking heat for Wednesday as you hit 99 degrees. Yeah, ending the record of 96 set back in 1943. Again, there is going to be some relief in sight by the end of the week. That cold front will bring some much-needed relief from the heat to portions of the Midwest and the Great Lakes there. All right, so just got to get through your Thursday. But as I mentioned, it's going to come with a price. Even for our friends in the Northeast who've for the most part, avoided the severe weather that we've been talking about earlier this week. Yeah, much of the Northeast avoiding those rounds. But your luck's going to be running out in that region later today, according to forecasters, as we enter your Thursday. That wedge of cooler air centered over the North Atlantic and the New England area stayed in place for Wednesday. That pretty much forced complexes of storms to dive southward toward the Carolinas and Georgia this week after hammering the Great Lakes region. But a shift in the jet stream is going to begin steering some of those more potent storms from the Midwest back toward the Northeast later today and Friday. Those storms are going to fire along and ahead of the cooler, less humid air that will mark an end to the highs in the 90s and lower 100s in the Midwest. A more refreshing air mass arrives in the Midwest. As that happens, the opposite begins to unfold, though. There in the Northeast, you'll see a brief surge of heat and high humidity from through the day today into Friday as the weather systems begin to move along from west to east. Temperatures will surge well into the 80s and lower 90s, and that's going to give a boost to any storms that do erupt in the region. The main threat for severe weather unfolds Thursday afternoon and evening after some locally heavy gusty thunderstorms tonight. Storms first begin to target portions of the Ohio and Canadian province of Ontario before expanding in coverage and strength in western portions of Pennsylvania, New York, and northern West Virginia. I do know our area forecast is for potentially severe weather here in southwest Ohio later today. But from there, the storms roll east, probably reaching peak intensity across central and northern New York, central and eastern Pennsylvania, northern portions of Maryland and Virginia, coming up Thursday evening. So brace yourself. Yeah, be prepared for rapidly changing weather conditions where these fast-moving, strengthening storms will be bringing, according to forecasters, frequent lightning strikes, damage in wind, large hail, and flash flooding. Yes, there is the potential for maybe an isolated tornado to be spawned in a few of the strongest cells. So some of the major metro areas at risk for these storms later today will stretch from Pittsburgh to Harrisburg to Scranton, PA, Rochester and Binghamton, New York. Yeah, there's the risk some of these storms may still be packing a punch as they reach the Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Philadelphia areas before eventually weakening after dark further to the east. Looks like New York City, you'll have thunderstorms tracking through your area during the overnight hours Thursday night, but they should be dying, weakening in intensity by that point in time. Still, you'll have some gusty winds, torrential downpours, problems on some of the roadways, and maybe delays at some of the airports. Friday, the cool front presses toward the mid-Atlantic and New England coastal areas. There may be just enough daytime heating ahead of that front to bring some gusty thunderstorms near and east of the I-95 corridor toward the beaches and in the Boston area. Once that front passes through, there's your relief. Your high temperatures will be slashed 10 to 20 degrees. That means more widespread highs, 70s to lower 80s. Nighttime lows finally cooling off. Open the windows. Upper 40s and 50s in the mountains, maybe 50s and lower 60s in the major I-95 metro areas as we head into the weekend. But it's been a hot week, hasn't it? Coming up, we'll get an update on Yellowstone. Wow, for those who had plans to visit Yellowstone, very popular summer destination, may have to rethink those plans. They're now telling us Yellowstone's pretty much indefinitely shuttered as the flooding continues to impact the region. Again, an update on that coming up here, and not good news. Deranger sent me a video, a TikTok video from out of Kansas this past day. They didn't, nothing as far as an actual story was involved, but it was a rancher just driving along the road with the dead cattle lining the roadway. Thousands and thousands of dead cattle due to the heat wave. So I did a bit of a search and I found the actual story. It's very disheartening to see the video as they're, the dead on the side of the road, obviously bloating in the summertime heat, baking out there in the sun. Northwest Kansas, now they don't have official numbers. They're still tallying the final death numbers. Some sources are saying maybe 10,000 cows. And this is at a particular difficult time as the producers, they tell us, had already reduced their herds due to the ongoing drought conditions and the increasing feed costs. I have no idea what impact this may be having when it comes to food prices once again. But Kansas is the third largest producer of cattle behind Texas and Nebraska. So looking at the number, Kansas has supposedly 2.4 million cattle on feed. So if 10,000 actually succumb to the heat, that's not an overwhelming number, right? But still disheartening, and ranchers losing money on those cattle. But temperatures reaching up to 108 degrees with little cooling factor from the wind, and those temperatures, a serious threat for possible we may have lost more cattle this past day, and more could still succumb to the heat before the relief comes in later today. Cattle losses have already hit the U.S. in several recent years. Producers reducing herd numbers with, again, the continued drought condition, the liquidation of nearly 3 million head of cattle has resulted in very tight beef supplies, while beef demand has remained steady this year. And really, we're moving into grilling season is here, right? Summertime. You start with Memorial Day, obviously a big recreational 4th of July grilling out weekend, just a couple weeks away here. It's called heat stress. It's not uncommon. The days get longer, things heat up, humidity rises. Producers experience the perfect storm for herd loss. Without the ability to cool off during these hotter evenings, the heat load just becomes too much for the livestock. For the fat cattle, those who are still carrying some of their summer hair especially, and the cattle who've suffered respiratory illness, the most susceptible to the heat stress, as they call it. So all loss is not preventable. Producers are encouraged to heighten your precautions to reduce the heat stress on cattle, though I guess the farmers undoubtedly have been out in the fields doing all they can to save their herds. Check the waters at least daily. Increase the availability of any space that might have additional water resources. Try to limit the movement of cattle during the day, including processing, working, and transportation. Utilize water sources to try to cool those pens down during the evenings. If you can find a place to offer shade, and maybe increase the availability of air circulation. Yeah, the signs of heat stress. Cattle will show the initial signs: heavy breathing, increased time on foot. As the heat stress progresses, they begin drooling or foaming at the mouth. While maintaining that heavy breathing, the elevated breathing continues. Finally, I guess the latter stages, open mouth breathing, signs of straining at the animal's flanks. The tongues begin to protrude, and they may very well just drop dead in the fields. So tallying those numbers. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we roll toward news break, we'll get to some of our friends checking in, YouTube, Facebook here on a Thursday morning. You know, the weekend's just around the corner here. But I guess depending on what part of the country you're in, if you're a drinker of Coors Light or Keystone beers, Keystone Light, you may not be able to find your beer on this shelf. If you can find it now, it may be better grab it. According to the report, that I think Mary sent this a few minutes ago, consistency in brewing, they say, it's a tricky business. It's something every brewery deals with, but those issues normally stay behind closed doors at the brewery. Never makes it to the public eye. That is not the case, however, at Molson Coors right now. The company has removed packs of Coors Light and Keystone Light from stores in multiple states due to what they call an unspecified quality issue. They've issued a voluntary withdrawal of beers produced on a single canning line at the Trenton Brewery, They provided a statement to Thrill List saying what's taking place is not a recall because it's not like there's a health or safety concern related to the cans. All they said was, we recently became aware of an issue on one canning line at one of our breweries that supplies these particular two beers to a relatively small number of states. Yet no details what the problem is. It only says the withdrawn cans do not pose a health risk, but they do not meet our quality standards. The withdrawal was conducted in both stores and distributors. No instructions from Coors for anyone who's purchased cans on the problematic canning line. They didn't offer any information on how you can actually even identify whether a purchased pack may be part of this group that had the issue. But while Coors didn't offer any details about the withdrawn product, the St. Louis-based grocery chain Dierbergs did post a recall notice that listed 6 different packs that they had sold that are being taken off the shelves. Coors Light 12-pack 12-ounce cans, the 18-pack 12-ounce cans, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, and Coors Light 30-pack 12-ounce cans with the Keystone Light, again, 15-pack 12-ounce cans, 24-pack 12-ounce cans. The voluntary recall, they say, after videos have been circulating on social media of customers getting cans kind of filled with a gelatin-like liquid instead of light beer. Yucky. Yeah, Snopes highlighted a couple of videos that showed drinkers pouring a slimy liquid form out of the cans. The timing of the withdrawal may be a coincidence. Molson Coors had no comment on those videos, which I have not seen those yet. But nonetheless, the recall notice from Dierbergs says customers with any of these packs can return them to their stores, and they will offer a refund. So just a heads up. They say it's not a health risk, but I guarantee you if I drink out of a can that has slime in it, I'm not going to be real happy. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Thursday. Jump on in here. What's on your mind? Hope your week's going well. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden announced another $1.2 billion in security and humanitarian assistance will be granted to Ukraine as the war with Russia continues. Biden said he informed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky that $1 billion in defensive aid will be sent. An additional $225 million of the funds will be sent for humanitarian aid. Americans' retail spending declined in May as consumers felt the pinch from inflation, higher gas prices, and rising interest rates. The Commerce Department said on Wednesday that retail sales fell a seasonally adjusted 0.3% in May from the previous month. And the Democrat National Committee reportedly had to reschedule a women's leadership fundraiser last month with Vice President Kamala Harris for lack of ticket sales. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend of work, I have there's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
But I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do we have here? Almost on a nightly basis, I've been sharing some of these memos being shared via social media and whatnot from some of the electric supply consortiums. First, we had the advisory from the entire Midwest grid operators several weeks ago, talking about the possibility of rolling blackouts. Big Sexy sent me a link out of Arkansas here a few minutes ago, which sounds like, at least, I guess in parts of Arkansas, they're real close to implementing the rolling blackouts. Story from KAIT says this is actually a Missouri electric company asking members to conserve electricity as temperatures continue to be unbearable. The Pemiscot-Dunklin Electric Cooperative posting the notice via social media asking members pay attention to your energy consumption habits as we're doing everything possible to meet energy needs. Associated Electric Cooperative, the power supplier for the cooperative, notified member systems on Tuesday of this week, saying energy supplies may be tight from June 16th, that's today, as well as the 17th, Friday, asking members to conserve energy on those days, especially during the peak energy use hours, 2 to 8 p.m. Officials said the notice was issued after unplanned outages at 3 associated generating units. They offered a few tips. Raise your thermostat a few degrees. If you normally have your thermostat at 75, you bump it to 78. Limit the use of large appliances. Unplug devices that are not being used. Turn off lights that are not necessary. There you go. All right, so that's, again, today, the advisory concerns for this afternoon, as well as Friday afternoon. They're in, I guess that's actually Missouri. But thank you, Big Sexy, for sharing the story. Jump over. Who we got checking in this morning? Colton. All right, how's that summer vacation going? He's on board right out of the box. Philly Dan checks in. So we're not drilling for oil here because of global warming, is that it? But we're going to have someone else drill the same amount and burn more fuel to get it here at a higher cost. Truly sounds like a build back better kind of plan. Yeah, you're right, Philly Dan. Hello to Roy. Todd Wheeler's on board. Christopher just wanted to say hello from Miamisburg, Ohio. I'm on staycation this week. Hope you're enjoying the heat there, Christopher. Hello to Joe, Morning Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Quite a warm, humid 78 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. At the midnight hour, everybody keep it shiny side up. 84 in Rocky Mount, Virginia. That's Timothy. Morning, Steve, or evening from Chandler, Arizona there. 100 degrees and clear. That's Dale. Have a safe ride. All right, thank you, Dale. Tank checks in. Happy Thursday. A warm 97 degrees here in Ludlow, California tonight, eastbound and down. All right, let's see. James on board. Morning, Steve. We missed all the storms here in Woodstock, Georgia. But after the sun went down, just watching the lightning from all the tops of those storms off in the distance, many miles away, it was kind of fun to watch. That was the storms moving from east to west out of Georgia into Alabama. Good morning from Central Florida, 78 degrees. Richard checking in. Larry said, good afternoon, hammer down. All right. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy, of course. Heavy D, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. Brian says, what's the status on the lack of baby formula? Any updates? Seems like there's a total blackout on any information. How many flights from Europe arrived today, and in what cities? Honestly, that story has kind of gone to the back burner, hasn't it? They've had these flights coming in. Of course, the plant in Michigan did fire back up here about a week and a half ago. So in fairly short order, they should begin pumping out product, and things should get back on track. Deborah checks in. Morning, Steve. It's 83 degrees here in the Hoosier tonight. Looking forward to some not as hot weather coming up this weekend. Everybody be safe out there, especially my special driver. All right, Gerald checking in. Howdy, Steve, my man, and hello to Colton and the Overnight Drive crew. I've got the volume cranked up. Let's go, Brandon. All right, there you go. Big shout out. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 75 degrees in Carthage, Missouri at this hour. Shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss compound. You know, Lauren, you'd be a good one to ask, talking about the dead cattle there in Kansas. Yeah, how about for the haulers moving, the cattle and whatnot around the country in this kind of heat? I'm kind of curious how much livestock is lost in transition from point A to point B out there in these sweltering temperatures. And do you guys try to run more during the nighttime hours? I would assume when things might be a little cooler on the cattle. Yeah, I saw that. Good morning, Horse Feathers. Did you hear Fauci has COVID? Yes, I saw that. I think table scraps. First thing that came to my mind was couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And table scraps. I pulled up Facebook earlier, and he kind of chuckled. Fauci has COVID. 81-year-old Dr. Fauci testing positive, mild symptoms, according to the National Institutes of Health. Of course, Fauci is fully vaccinated, and he has received his 2 booster shots. Isn't that something, no? Even with your full regimen of vaccination, you can still get COVID, huh? We've known that for a long time now, but yeah. Dr. Fauci will isolate and continue to work from his home. He's not recently been in close contact with the president or other senior government officials. He did attend an event at his alma mater, the College of the Holy Cross in Worcester, Mass, over the past weekend, where a complex of science buildings was named after him. Isn't that nice? Statement from the college described hundreds of students and faculty standing shoulder to shoulder, packing the event space. All right, that's the first time he's actually tested positive since the whole pandemic got underway. How about that? Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve and the crew. 80 degrees here in my area of Kentucky. Feels like 89 with the humidity. Looking forward to another great program. Everybody stay safe out there. Hey, Miss Millie, I did have a question for you. I know you were a first-time caller here a few weeks ago. I saved the number. I did send this number to get you a first-time caller code. But if memory serves, you may have been on a landline or something where you couldn't get a text. If that is correct, if you were unable to get that at the number you originally called in, see if you can find a way to get me that cell phone number for you or one of your kids or something. I'm just curious if you ever got your code, because I did hang on to your number, because that had crossed my mind. Who else we got on board? Eskimo Mom, howdy from Kentucky on I-75. Yes, 75 in Cincinnati, still messed up with the overnight road work tonight, but I'm back to my regular run tonight. Beautiful moon, almost full, and we've got 80 degrees on I-71 near Verona, Kentucky. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Let's get to the phones this morning at 844-844-3388. Red Mule, how we doing this morning?
Please excuse my skeptical mind, Steve, but Fauci hasn't been getting much attention lately. You don't suppose this is a bogus case just to get him some attention, do you?
Yeah, he needs to get his name in the headlines, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's been on any TV programs lately. Well, I don't know. I don't watch TV, but I haven't heard about it. So anyhow, Steve, change the subject. Have you heard anything about diesel prices coming down? I just went through Armadillo, and I believe diesel at the Valero stations there have dropped 4 cents since I was through there last week. Now, you know I'm an old man and easily confused, but I think it was 4.25. I'm sorry, boy, I'm dreaming, ain't I? 5.23 last week, and it was 5.19 when I just came through just now. So anyhow, for what that's worth. Speaking of last week, Steve, going through Arkansas, I see they got a sign up for True Grit Trail. Now, I'm assuming that has something to do with the movie. Have you heard anything on that?
I'm not familiar. I can't say. No, sir.
It might be something to look up. Steve, Tuesday morning I was delivering out there in Tennessee, the place I usually go to, and thunderstorm come in, I don't know, about 5 o'clock or so, and I woke up enough to roll the windows up, and then the lightning started crashing about, and one hit real close. I don't know where it hit. I got up and looked around, couldn't see where it hit. But it had that same ricochet sound that I told you that the fireworks had out there the 4th of July last year. Remember that?
I do, yes.
I heard a crack, ka-ching, boom. Of course, a whole lot faster than that. So I guess it's just something of the acoustics or wherever in that little valley up against that big building. It's something unique I've never seen before. So, and then, Steve, I went down to Atlanta to get loaded out and saw that peach tree or whatever everything in Atlanta's peach tree. The sky you talking about the other morning, having the dust particles in there from Africa,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a pretty sky. It was quite a pretty sunset there. I have a question, Steve, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to it, but I'm going to ask it anyhow. Now, we hear all this talk about these self-driving auto trucks or whatever. Have they ever tried to take one of them self-driving trucks from one side of Atlanta to the other side of Atlanta during rush hour?
I would venture no would be the answer to that. I would think not.
Steve, when I see them do that, that's the day I'm going to worry about being put out of business by a self-driving truck. So, anyhow. Steve, what I was calling in about this morning, now, listening to this show is an education all the time, and a person can learn a lot of things. And I learn from you. Most of the time you're right. Every now and then you believe what you read on the internet. And you and Moose, you're entitled to be wrong, so I ain't going to belabor that point. But I learned something from horse feathers. Well, you always learn stuff from horse feathers. But horse feathers, a couple of days ago, answered a question I've had for 17 years. Of course, I don't ask it to a lot of people, but in a discussion with horse feathers, he answered that question. Now, he's into fire engines. Are you aware of that?
I am now. I know that he made that trek down there looking to purchase one, but it wasn't in condition he wanted it to be in. So, yeah, I do know now.
Well, he was educating me on fire engines and got talking about wedge brakes. I'd never even heard of wedge brakes. Of course, I do the same thing all the time, so, a lot of things I don't know. And he was telling me about it and explaining it to me. I had to explain it real slow so I could understand it, but I got a basic idea of it there. And then we got talking over about transmissions and PTO to run the pumps for the fire trucks and everything. And he was telling me how that, I'm all familiar with the old ones that was on the dump trucks on the farm, and I like it. It just bolted on the side of the transmission there, and you put the transmission in neutral and engage the PTO. And he's telling me, and I think I knew this, Steve, because it sounded familiar, about on those fire trucks that there's a special thing on there that decouples the drive line. And then he was telling me about the fire trucks that with a manual transmission, you put them into fourth gear, and that's what run the water pump on the fire truck. And it tell me details on that. I got asked him, I said, well, surely feathers, horse, surely they don't do that with an automatic transmission, do they? He said, yeah, he'd seen them with an automatic transmission that would run the fire pump the same way by decoupling the drive shaft. Now, the question I had that I think he answered, 17 years ago, Steve, when I first purchased my first RV, it was on an international chassis and had the, I think it was 6-speed Allison transmission there. Beautiful, beautiful coach. And I had a lot of things I really liked about it, running a low pro 22.5, so I figured, well, I'd run the steer tires on my truck, and when they run down, I'd take them, put them on the drives on that, and like it. I had a lot of things I liked about it. But the one thing I didn't like about it was the transmission did not have a park pole on it. It had neutral, drive, and I don't know whatever else it had. But whenever you set that RV up, you set the foot brake or the emergency brake, park brake, whatever they want to call it. And that was the only thing that held that RV in place. And we rented it out, had an outfit to put them out on consignment. We were making enough money, making payments and a little bit on the side. It's a pretty good deal. But Steve, it just always made me nervous to have that thing that didn't have a park on that transmission. I know I could have got a couple of chocks and put around the tire and everything, but even still, it's kind of hard to sleep on there. So I think Mr. Feathers answered that question for me. I think that must have been a transmission or the chassis. The whole thing was originally intended to go on a fire truck, and they put it under an RV. What do you think?
Well, maybe Horse Feathers can answer that question.
Well, now, Horse told me one other thing there, and Steve, you know, I get confused easily, and maybe I misunderstood what he's telling me. But he was telling me, Steve, about a switch. It was up on the dash on some of these, I guess he said, older fire trucks. And from what I understood, he was telling me that, you know, if you're going, you know, out on a fire call, and he said you had to be doing about 45, maybe 35, I don't remember what it was. But he said if you're going along and you realize you're going in the wrong direction, they said they called this a bat switch. And you flip that switch, and it flip that fire truck around 180 degrees like a Batmobile used to, and you go in the other direction. So you might ask him about that, Steve, when he calls in. That's all I got this morning.
Okay. Like the Batmobile. Thank you, Red Mule. It is 844-844-3388. Back after a quick 2-minute timeout, that is. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
A couple from the email bag quickly. Steve, lovely night in Indy. 85 degrees, clear skies, bright moon. Good night for trucking. Be safe, drivers, and courteous. All right, from the Love's Travel Center. I-69, 13-mile marker. Diesel at $6.13 a gallon. 613. Let's go, Brandon. Matthew on board once again tonight. Evening, Steve. How you doing? I'm in Utah with my mom for the Young Living Convention. Just wanted to check in and say hello from Salt Lake City. All right, Matthew, I know you've been out there. Hope things are going well this week. Enjoying your time. And back to the phones here. Who we got on board?
We've got Buckwheat here.
Morning, Buckwheat.
Yeah, I was just thinking that one of the things that this country really needs is what I seen in the Phillies ball game about 2 weeks ago when it was in the ninth inning and there was a little boy came on they got a picture of him on the TV. He was there praying and he was almost crying and the batter that came up then hit a home run and then he was all jubilant afterwards and I think with all the shootings and stuff in this country, if we would allow God back in schools, that sure would go a long way of fixing some of the problems, but it's probably never going to happen. But, it was just very nice to see that. I'm not sure if you caught that or not in the news, but it probably stayed pretty local. But, yeah, so anyhow, I'm back on the road again. A little bit. I was off for had my kidney removed because of cancer, and I want to thank the overnight drive people who prayed for me, and I know Brother Rambler there. He mentioned me a couple of times, and I just really appreciate that. There's a lot of power in the word in prayer, and it helps a lot of people out.
So the surgery went well. What kind of downtime did that entail? Recuperation time?
Well, I was out of the truck for 15 days, and I think I healed up pretty quick. The surgeon, my wife she thinks I exercise too much, and she was very concerned about that. So when one of our consultants before surgery, she said, hey, I think Dale's exercising too much. And the surgeon said, no. He said, the more exercise you do before surgery helps you heal after surgery. So I think that's one of the blessings that I had, for such a rapid recovery and have a kidney removed in 15 days, you're back on the road again.
I was thinking it would have been a lot more than 15 days. Yeah. So were they confident that they got everything out? Everything was confined to the kidney?
Yeah, he said the tumor had grown away from the blood vessel supplying the blood to the kidney, and the tumor itself didn't touch any organs. And he said generally that means that you're going to be cured just by having the surgery. So I consider myself pretty thankful.
Yeah.
And when my family doctor told me about it, she said her brother went through it and he struggled for a year. And I was really, really, really nervous about that. But I'm thankful. It don't seem like I had the same journey as her brother did. But yeah, it's one of the there's some funny things that happened. And my wife, while we were in surgery and I was in recovery, and she was watching the bulletin board, and I was in recovery for like 3 hours, and she was getting a little nervous about this, so she started asking about, where I'm at, and he said, well, we're looking for a room for him, and then a little while later, they said, well, we found a room for him, and so they sent her up to where it was, and she went into the room, but there was somebody talking to me, who she thought was me, and then they said, well, just wait, we'll allow you in here a little bit later. And she notices some nurses talking outside the room, and they were talking, and so she walks up to them and says, hey, you're talking about my husband in there. What's going on? What's the problem? And the nurse says, well, that's the problem. The guy in here is really upset. And she's like, why? What's the issue? He said, well, you're the issue. The problem is you don't have a wife. And here they sent her to the wrong room.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy. You don't have a wife.
And the thing about it was the same last name. Birthday was about a day or two off. And she was sent up to the psych ward. So I guess that tells you what the hospital staff thought where I should be. But yeah, so anyhow, it's
well, lucky thing they didn't take that guy in to take his daggone kidney out.
yeah, that's for sure. So I guess mistakes do happen, and that's why the doctor came in and marked stuff and marked here and there to make sure they're on the right side and before surgery. But yeah, it's
all right. So this is a
still
picture
has
of,
some pain.
okay.
And stuff, but
Immediately followed by this one.
You can keep pressing on, and I just want to thank the guys who prayed for me, and yeah, it is a blessing to be back in the truck again.
Well, that's a good news call.
Yes, it is. So, all right. Well, that's all I have. So, we'll speak at you later.
Thank you for the update, and prayers answered, and you have a great night out there, Dale. Be safe on your journeys. All right, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order on Wednesday, which the White House says will prevent so-called conversion therapy and provide other protections for the LGBTQ community.
My message to all the young people, just be you. You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. You do belong. And I want you to know that as your president, all of us on this stage have your back.
Residents of the West Texas city of Odessa have been improvising emergency water supplies after a system outage left them high and dry for days amid scorching heat. An aging pipe broke Monday, and the city's water treatment plant was back online Wednesday morning, but utility officials said it could take up to 14 hours for normal service to resume. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Microsoft is ending support for the most recent version of Internet Explorer. The company announced in May that the IE11 desktop application will be retired and go out of support for certain versions of Windows 10 in favor of its new web browser, Microsoft Edge. Microsoft said that devices still using IE will be progressively redirected to Edge in the next few months. NASA said a rocket carrying two small weather satellites failed this past weekend, preventing the inauguration of a technology that would have helped better forecast hurricanes. The rocket by California-based Astra lifted off from Florida's Cape Canaveral space station, but the rocket's second stage malfunctioned before reaching orbit and lost the shoebox-sized technology. In a statement, NASA said after a nominal first stage flight, the upper stage of the rocket shut down early and failed to deliver the CubeSats to orbit. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The European Union sued Britain on Wednesday over its move to rewrite the trade rules agreed to when the country left the EU 2 years ago, ratcheting up tensions between the major economic partners. Earlier this week, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's government proposed legislation that would remove customs checks on some goods entering Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK. Those checks were imposed as part of a hard-fought compromise when Britain left the EU and its borderless free trade zone, but have caused both economic and political problems in Northern Ireland, where some say they undermine the region's place in the United Kingdom. The EU has decried Britain's effort to rip up part of the deal. Switzerland reopened its airspace Wednesday after a brief closure for safety reasons because of an unspecified technical malfunction. Skyguide, the air navigation service, initially said the closure would be in effect until further notice after the malfunction early in the morning. A few hours later, it said the airspace closure was lifted and air traffic over Switzerland was resuming, along with operations at the country's 2 national airports. A small plane made an emergency landing on a street near downtown Anchorage, Alaska, after it ran out of fuel. A Cessna 150 on a training flight was attempting to return to the airport when it made the landing in a commercial area neighboring downtown. No one was injured. I'm Victor Paul, USA Radio News.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Back on board here on a Thursday morning. It's time zone to time zone. Work our way into the 16th day of June. Couple of updates to throw your way. What do we got? First of all, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Update from our friends at TNCRadio.live. Good to have you on board. If you're listening via TNCRadio.live as well. Tom says it was kind of a rough day for weather in many parts of the country, and even redundant systems at TNCRadio.live did not fully make it through. Anyway, Tom Kirk and Keep On Truckin' will be back next week for another spirited discussion on the state of the trucking industry. Coming up right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive this morning on TNCRadio.live. Catch a great interview with Shelley Johnson, with economist, professor, and former Federal Reserve member Rick Roberts. He's able to describe in plain English some of the major issues facing the economy today. You will definitely learn something new. Again, coming up right after our program this morning. Then it's Larry and Angie Baum's Taillights, where they'll share stories of the road as a married couple with millions of safe over-the-road miles. Please note, the first few minutes of Wednesday night's episode were lost. So we will start the program already in progress and then finish with an extra song or two this morning. So they had some technical issues, right? Finally, don't miss Anderson and Banker's Clutch Time Sports, the only streaming sports radio talk show for truck drivers. All on tncradio.live. Listen on the app. That 7 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Now, as far as learning something about the economy, as some had anticipated, Breitbart headlines this morning, while the Federal Reserve did the right thing Thursday by raising its target by 0.75 of a percentage point, the question of whether the central bank will continue to do the right thing remains an open question. Of course, the report last Friday that the Consumer Price Index rose to a 40-year high in May that kind of jolted the Fed out of their complacent view that inflation had indeed peaked in the month of March. It was remarkable that the Fed adopted this view in the first place after being surprised by higher than expected inflation for over a year's time. Peak inflation was the new transitory, that comfortable theory that led the Fed to believe that they could avoid some hard choices. Just like its predecessor, it has now landed in the ash heap of history. But even more important than the very high headline number, 1% month over month, was the data showing that inflation has been spreading as well as rising. Gone are the days when the doves can point to a few good things as giving rise to inflation. The May CPI report showed inflation is everywhere. The dike has burst. The deluge is here. The Cleveland Fed trimmed mean inflation, which measures inflation without outliers in either direction. It rose by a historically high 6.5% year over year. Median inflation, which is another measure of underlying price pressure calculated by the Cleveland Fed, rose by 5.5%. So after the announcement, yes, the 0.75 of a point hike, the Fed Chair Powell himself at the press conference about 30 minutes later, that Fed officials had been expecting some progress, but we didn't get any. In many ways, we got the opposite, Powell said. Some question, how? How did you get it so wrong for so long? But again, as I said, the dike has burst. The deluge is here. Can they get it under control? All right, hello to Ryan this morning. Racing update. What do we have? Well, let's see. Start with the sprint cars. The All-Stars Circuit of Champions raced at Atomic Speedway in Waverly, Ohio, Wednesday night. Night number 6 of what is Ohio Speed Week. Justin Peck became the first repeat winner this week and extends his Speed Week point lead after 6 of the scheduled 9 race series. Speed Week will continue tonight at Waynesfield Raceway Park in Waynesfield, Ohio. Speed Week here in Ohio. NASCAR, all right, NASCAR Cup Series is off this weekend. They'll return to action June the 26th at Nashville Speedway. The NASCAR Truck Series will be back in Knoxville, Iowa to race on the dirt. Knoxville Raceway coming up this Saturday night. There you go, prime time. Saturday night under the lights, Knoxville, Iowa. And lastly, the Superstar Racing Experience. The Superstar Racing Experience season gets underway this Saturday at Five Flags Speedway in Pensacola, Florida. when the likes of Tony Stewart, Marco Andretti, and Bobby Labonte take on some of the locals, like local late model racer Bubba Pollard. All right, thank you for the update. Some of what's going on in the world of racing. Okay. Terry sent me a quick memo. He said, I'll see if I can dig up the rest of the story. Steve, a 1-year-old little girl in Fort Wayne, Indiana, dead this past day to an overdose on fentanyl, which obviously means either a mommy or daddy, somebody in the household had fentanyl. She probably just touched it, right? What is wrong with people today? How sad. Yes. I'll see if I can get the rest of the story. About 18 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388 on a Thursday morning. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Somebody shared a post from livetrucking.com this past day. It doesn't say where, and I don't know. Is it real or is it a Photoshop? They got a sign at the fuel island that says no peeing at the fuel islands. $350 will be charged to you for cleanup and sanitation. Are you serious? Tell me it's a joke. In this day and age, I wouldn't doubt it. There are some pigs out there, right? All right, 4th of July just around the corner. I have not yet been to our local fireworks locale to price things. But according to the report I came across here a few hours ago, it looks like I may not be real thrilled. Fireworks apparently are not immune to product supply shortages or 40-year high inflation. According to an Axios report, you should expect a substantial increase in cost when you purchase your July 4th fireworks this summer. They say upwards of 30% compared to last year? What gives? Well, according to the American Pyrotechnics Association, since 2019, fireworks shipping costs have increased from $8,000 to $10,000 per shipping container to approximately $45,000 per container now. According to Julie Heckman, the American Pyrotechnics Association executive director, there's been an unprecedented demand for backyard fireworks since the pandemic began, when many cities and towns began canceling their professional shows. Then Bruce Zolden, CEO of the Ohio-based Phantom Fireworks, country's largest consumer-based retailer for fireworks, said his company has sold out of fireworks the last 2 years because of extreme shortages. As such, Zolden speculates price increases and rising inflation may impact sales this year. We have no idea how consumers will react based on all the other necessity items that they have to deal with. Obviously, gas, food, everything else that has gone up tremendously. Keep in mind, they're looking at consumer spending numbers. We heard that in the news break there, top of the hour. Every dollar we're putting into our tanks, which translates to billions and hundreds of billions of dollars to get us from point A to point B or keep the trucks moving, all that money is money that would otherwise be going into other parts of the economy. Now, even in recession years, they say, typically people buy some fireworks. We don't see as much negative buying as maybe other businesses because people want to get together. Well, one thing's for sure, whereas you may have spent $1,000 in previous years, they may only spend $500 and get less for that than you would have got last year. Now, for the encouraging news, Phantom Fireworks says that despite the logistical shipping delays and increased cost, fireworks companies are dealing with more inventory we've seen in the past couple of years. So your product choices may be on the shelf, but it may cost you a bit more. Within that rationale, Hackman believes most families will budget for holiday fireworks this year. At the same time, there you go, you're going to get a little less bang for the buck. Now, he said the upcoming Father's Day weekend typically bolsters the fireworks sales season, which of course peaks during that 4th of July week. Citing the American Pyrotechnics Association document, the total revenue for display fireworks reached $375 million in 2019, like a $15 million increase from the previous year. Now, that's the big displays. As for consumer fireworks, 2019 revenue topped $1 billion, which was a sizable uptick from $945 million in the year 2018. All right, it's going to cost you a bit more. You're going to get less. And back to the phones we go at 844-844-3388. Sundance Kid, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
I'm doing well. What's happening?
Hey, not much. Hey, I figured out how to fight inflation. Don't go buy the fireworks. Let them be. You save that money. It's not a necessity.
Yeah.
Just buy necessities. It'll be all right. And if you let it sit there long enough, it's kind of like freight. If you let it sit there long enough, that price will come down. It'll go on sale, and freight rates will go up if you don't haul it for cheap. It works both ways. That's the way you fight inflation and make you some money.
Oh.
I don't know what's so hard to figure out about this. And I really have a problem with people with $800 a month truck payments. They can't afford $50 in gas extra a month or a week.
I must be missing. I must be missing your point, Sundance. What is your point? I mean, are you justifying the higher costs? What are you trying to say? I mean,
I'm not justifying the higher cost.
I just explained to you that every dollar additional that's going in, and it's hundreds of billions of dollars that are going into your truck tanks and the car tanks, is negatively impacting the rest of the overall economy. That $50 more that you spent for the regular everyday automobile driver, that's $50 that would have been probably a night out to dinner with you and the wife on a Friday night. You multiply that times hundreds of millions based on the weekends, you see the impact is going to be incredible.
I get it, but you don't have to take your wife out to dinner. Just
No, you don't have to take. But then again, now you don't take your wife out to dinner. Now the waitress and the cook and the restaurant that loses all that business, they go out of business, and then your unemployment begins to skyrocket. No. So where does the waitress go? Just stay home?
No. What the owner of the business needs to do is say, well, I don't have as much quality now or quantity now, so I got to up my prices.
Up my prices.
And then less people will go.
Uh-huh.
Poor people do not need. They just need to stop. They're poor. The American people are poorer now than they've ever been in their whole life. They got 2 paychecks in the hole, and they're broke. And they just come out of the greatest economy ever in the world. I don't know why they're so down. And they get a stimulus check for $5,000. Family of 4. I don't understand why you're broke.
They put it because we put it all back in our gas tank, and we put it in filling our propane tank and our natural gas. It's all going back into energy.
Well, you're about broke even with the stimulus check. It's about break even point now.
Well, we've given so can we say for everything forward we've already given back the stimulus check. Everything forward is negative out of our pocket. You know, Sundance, you make absolutely zero sense. You try to make it sound like it's so simple, but you know what? Those were asinine statements. So says this individual. One man's opinion. Now, you may have a different opinion. It's 844-844-3388. Some people just don't get it. But it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
People flocked to pools, beaches, and cooling centers from northern Florida to the Great Lakes on Wednesday as a heat wave pushed temperatures into the 90s and beyond. The National Weather Service maintained an excessive heat warning through Wednesday night for most of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, which have been dealing with the sticky humidity and soaring temperatures since Tuesday. I don't think the Department of Education should exist. That, according to former U.S. Department of Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, who served under President Donald Trump from 2017 through January 2021. DeVos made the comment during a talk at the American Enterprise Institute as she promotes her new book, Hostages No More: The Fight for Education Freedom and the Future of the American Child. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-333-1750. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-333-1750. That's 800-333-1750 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-333-1750. 800-333-1750.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Let me see. Got an email from No Handle Dave. Says, Steve, tell the Red Mule that the automatics in our trucks don't have a park setting. We have reverse, neutral, and drive. Got a late start tonight, so I'm still on my way to Kalamazoo. And tonight I'm supposed to go straight back to India. Anyway, we've got 85 degrees here near Goshen, Indiana. Looking forward to another great show, all right? Thank you for checking in, No Handle Dave. Scooter. Steve, isn't it convenient Dr. Fauci gets COVID-19 on the day before he was scheduled to appear at a Senate hearing and likely would have been taken to task, I guess that would be again, by Senator Rand Paul. I wasn't aware of a supposed Senate hearing. You might have something to that, all right? Yellowstone National Park. Let's get the update before we get back to your calls here. Could be closed indefinitely as the devastating flooding continues to ravage towns, roads, and bridges along the Yellowstone River. Park officials characterizing the flooding tearing through the region as a once-in-a-thousand-year event that could alter the course of the Yellowstone River and the surrounding landscape forever, they're saying. Officials say the river's volume is flowing 20,000 cubic feet per second faster than the previous record that was measured in the 1990s. 10,000 tourists have been evacuated, including a dozen trapped campers who had to be rescued by helicopter. They have emptied the park completely of all visitors. Now, officials warning that local drinking water has become unsafe and be on the alert for displaced wildlife. All entrances to the park were closed on Tuesday. Park services say some southern roads may open in about a week. They predict that the northern roads will probably be closed through the fall. Wow. Houses in surrounding communities have been flooded or washed away by streams that turned into raging rivers. Roads have been carved away. Bridges have collapsed. Of course, the governor of Montana declaring a statewide disaster. In a statement issued Tuesday, the park warned that the northern portion likely to remain closed for a substantial length of time. There's so much damage to the infrastructure within the park, where roads are completely gone. It's going to take a lot of time to repair and rebuild. It's probable that road sections in northern Yellowstone will not reopen this season. Roads in the southern section appear to have less damage. They'll be assessing that damage to give a reopening time when possible. Now, the superintendent of Yellowstone said, this is not my words, but they're telling me, I've heard this is a 1,000-year event, noting that the river's volumetric flow has shattered records by a staggering level last weekend, from what I understand. One of the highest cubic feet per second rating for the Yellowstone River record that was back in the 90s was 31,000 cubic feet per second. Sunday night, we were at 51,000 cubic feet per second. That's a lot of water. All right, let's get back to the calls here. And there's the Carolina Monkey Gouger. What do you say, Monkey Gouger?
Well, good morning, Steve-O. How you doing this morning?
Plugging away, one step closer to the weekend.
Hanging with them, eh?
Yes.
Hey, have you heard anything on when they might be going to lay a squirrel to rest?
I believe it. I was thinking that during the break myself. I was contemplating, I'm going to do some searching via social media, see if I can find anything. But at this point, I have not seen anything. No, sir.
I just wondered because I was doing some searching earlier, and I found where Johnny Bench had a real nice thing to say about him yesterday, but I didn't see no funeral arrangements, and I didn't know if you might have known something, heard anything or knew anything.
Not at this point, no. But I'm going to do some looking here and see what I can find.
What is going on with Greyhound bus lines? Have you had a chance to look at that?
That I've not seen a thing. No, sir.
Well, there was somebody put something on your blog, and it said that he was in a town. I think it was in Ohio or Indiana somewhere. Said he makes a stop there and said the bus pulled up there, let a bunch of people off, threw the luggage off and everything, and just rolled off into the sunset.
Really?
And, yeah, and said the people called the bus station or wherever they called and said, well, when's another bus going to come pick us up? And they said, we ain't got no idea when there's going to be another bus through there.
Wow.
So I went over there to the Greyhound bus line, was looking around over there, and I seen comments. And I said, well, let me read this here. They had about 1,500 comments on there, and they wasn't talking very good of that old white dog running up and down the road. And some of them was as of yesterday. So I'm wondering if this fuel's done starting to hit them too.
I mean, was it like just a disgruntled driver who said, screw it, I'm done. I just need everybody off and I'm out of here?
I just read what he put on the Facebook there. I can't remember what the guy's name was. He keeps up with us pretty good. And said that he was at his stop. Said the bus pulled up there, throwed everybody off, threw the luggage out. Said, see y'all later.
Huh.
Boom, took off. But, I mean, boy, when I went on that Greyhound bus line deal there and got to looking at it, I said, holy moly. I said, that old dog should be pretty reliable.
like I said, maybe just a PO'd bus driver or something.
Could have been, or maybe they might have been smoking dope on the bus. He had enough of it to throw the ass out.
Yeah,
They have that option.
Yeah.
I tell you one thing. I'm out here at Amarillo, Texas, and it's still warm. I think it's like 84, 85 out there. The wind blowing. Man, it got hot here today. I mean, it got hot.
So I see you're one of those you're one of those that shared that video that of all the dead cattle, where apparently this is like what one rancher saying that they have no idea why. I thought they said it was the heat, but I mean I guess this video says it wasn't that overly hot. So what are they thinking? What are they, some sort of I see some saying bovine respiratory disease, or have you heard any more?
That's what I was reading up on. It was saying bovine respiratory disease. 1,300 head that rancher lost. It looked like a feedlot to me. I mean, just from looking at the railing and all the forklifts they had around there and everything. I mean that they could have gotten stressed. That bovine respiratory thing got them or whatever. I don't know. I mean, that was them cattle was ready to go. Of course, they done bloated up. So
Yep.
They were pretty good sized cattle. That's kind of scary.
You got to give your buddy Lauren Weiss the bull hall. I mean, he's in the inside. He might have a little more detail than we've got.
Yeah, I was gonna call him tomorrow. If he's listening, call in right now. Get on here with me, and we'll find out what's going on. But have you seen where they're closing down another pork producer out in California?
Smithfield, yeah, I did see that. I guess they've got a lot of operations around the country. I mean, when I first saw it, I thought, is that going to mean pork prices are going to go up? Found a couple of other stories that made it sound like it should not really have any sort of no sort of profound impact on pork.
No, it's not. That thing mostly served California. Man, I've been in that place. That place should have been shut down 40 years ago.
Okay.
and they just done a bunch of renovation on it. But they saying the reason they're leaving is on kind of the high cost of doing business in California. And I got to reading on down there, and they said they've had over 10,000 businesses leave the state of California. When you reckon them idiots out there's gonna wake up?
Yeah, right. They probably won't.
They probably won't. I mean, they've been full of dumb ass behind me as long as I can remember. But yeah, I've been into that facility. You know, that's where they filmed the movie Carrie. Remember that old fright movie?
Yeah,
Carrie?
yeah.
They filmed that. Yeah, they filmed that movie there. I'll tell you one thing, that's a stinking place down there. You can go down but Bandini and you know you get
And
telling me.
Okay, yeah, you were breaking up there. You broke up for a minute, but you're back.
Oh, something's going on out here. I've lost internet service. I don't know whether they haven't rolling out, but I just finally quit. I was trying to bring the story up on these cows, and all of a sudden the internet just kapoof. It went by. It must be the sunspots or whatever, all them solar flares or something. But other interesting thing I seen today while I was looking over it, I don't know if you've seen it. Have you said the future of the electric car might have had hit a dead end?
Due to all the accidents, I saw the Highway Traffic Safety Administration released numbers yesterday that all these automated things, Tesla's had a whole bunch of crashes, like hundreds of them.
Oh yeah, they've been creaming him here lately, Elon. But they're saying that you know that Tesla had a surplus of cars pre-pandemic COVID-19, and they were saying due to interruptions, these other car manufacturers following and the cars ain't performing, and said people just leaving them on the showroom now.
Wow.
And said if you did order one, had the privilege of ordering one now, it would be up to 2, maybe 3 years before you could get the thing. So they said it's just the end to electric car. You know, we've seen that thing come and go. It's a fad. I mean, when the next administration gets in there, if we're lucky enough to take over the House and the Senate. But, you know, Steve, there was something else that was really interesting to me. I come up through the edge of the Permian Basin today, and I mean, every one of them oil wells run a full blast.
Really?
And we talked to Big Ed, and he said they started on 3 or 4 new wells. I mean, they're still drilling in this country. Don't know what they're doing. I mean, I reckon the oil company said, you know, they want to try to put us out of business. We'll show them who the boss is, and I got to take the oil company side on this one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this idiot we got up there that calls himself the commander-in-chief, which is not worthy of it. You know, he's trying to just ruin the oil companies. We're going to see who's going to be what. But anyway, Steve, it was good to talk to you. If you do happen to hear anything on Squirrel, I appreciate if you pass it on.
I most definitely will, yeah. And I know Chris Gabrelchik wanted to know that as well. So I don't know who to ask. I thought about maybe trying to call Sag or something maybe in the morning and see if he knows anything.
Right. Well, I was searching, you know, his name and everything, and that's when I run up on what Johnny Bench had said about him. But I can't seem to find nothing, so I don't know.
Okay.
You know, maybe if you got a contact with Seg, you might call him. He might know something.
Yep. Figured if anybody would,
so we'll catch you later.
He should know, yeah.
Right, Seg would know, or I don't know if Willie would know or not. I imagine he's probably on top of it, but you know, talking to him like pulling teeth.
Right, getting a hold of him at least, yeah. All right.
So anyway, buddy, I'll talk to you later, and we're getting close to Skullbuster time, baby.
All right,
2 more days.
There you go. Yeah, we're going to be here before you know it. And it's 8 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, talking to Sundance Kid here a few minutes ago. I don't know, kind of talking down to people who say they're broke. You know, you missed 2 paychecks. Yeah, how are you so damn broke? I've shared these statistics on more than one occasion over the years, and yeah, believe it or not, the numbers haven't been going down. People that live paycheck to paycheck. A lot of people may say, well, that, you know, if you work at McDonald's, you know, if you work in fast food, you know, those are the people living from paycheck to paycheck. I mean, people that have decent jobs, they got all kind of money set aside, right? No, not the fact. Yeah, maybe some people feel like they're smarter than others if they're able to bank some money. I mean, just here from, what was it, about a week ago. Here's what it means to live paycheck to paycheck. All your income goes to paying your monthly expenses. There's not anything left once you pay the bills and the essentials. About 64% of Americans are in that category, according to the Lending Club survey, dated May 22. Last month, 64%. More than 6 in 10 Americans. You might think that this is an issue only for the low-income people. But it can happen to anyone at any income level. In fact, an earlier version of the study already also revealed 48% of those making in excess of $100,000 a year live paycheck to paycheck. Now, the inflation rate for the past 12 months, ending April of this year, was 8.3%, which it's gone up since then, we know. High prices may be a factor in the jump in consumer revolving debt. That includes credit card debt. The Federal Reserve's Consumer Credit Report shows there was a 29% increase in revolving debt in March of this year over just February of this year. Now, for some, increasing income may not be possible at this time. Whether or not you can find a way to make more money, according to U.S. News and World Report, here's some suggestions on a few ways to survive until the situation improves. Living paycheck to paycheck is full of stress. It's almost impossible to build an emergency fund. There's nothing left over. It's like walking on a high wire with no net. If a sudden financial crisis happens, an expensive car repair, you're most likely going into credit card debt because the cash flow cannot cover anything extra. Here's a few tips if you're in survival mode. If you must use a credit card as a temporary emergency fund, get the lowest APR you can qualify for. This is not a solution, but it's at least, it'll lower the amount of compound interest on the balance. And you'll have the card on hand for emergencies that need to be paid for immediately. Use a 0% APR if you happen to have a sudden expense. But you have time to apply for a new credit card. Consider a 0% APR. Of course, you have to qualify for those. Those cards offer the chance to pay off an expense over 12 to 21 months without accruing interest. Create a ruthless budget. It may be a painful choice. Consider this a temporary cutback until your cash flow improves. Obviously, decrease your discretionary expenses. Purchases or activities that may be nice to have, but not necessary. So that may be what? Not going out to dinner Friday night? Okay. Look into side hustles. If you're already working crazy hours, maybe not be possible, but if you can swing it, find a side job, and that may bring some extra income. If you're drowning in debt, get credit counseling. You can reach out for help. We recommend the National Foundation for Credit Counseling. They'll direct you to an NFCC-accredited counseling agency. But yet, you've got to limit your spending, slash your budget. You got to focus on the needs. Obviously, there's a lot of temporary cost-cutting measures. That's where people start looking at, all right, do we really need to have 300 channels of cable television? But millions of people have been cutting the cable. That's been going on as more and more streaming services come about. What can you cut? But I'll tell you what, right now, millions of people are being forced into making those decisions. And as Ranger made a good point the other night, talking about credit card debt, when he had his, I believe it was filling up the propane, or maybe his home, maybe it's a home heating oil, I think it was. Asking the delivery guy, how are people paying for this? And as these prices continue to go up, how are people going to fill these tanks when fall arrives and they've got to get ready for the cold months ahead next winter? They said this past winter, they've seen a dramatic jump. People are they're already using their credit cards. And it kind of explains why, nearly 30% increase in revolving credit card debt from just February to March of this year. That means the numbers have gone up dramatically since then. People are filling their gas tank with their credit card right now. At some point, your card reaches the limit. And we'll return after the news update. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order on Wednesday, which the White House says will prevent so-called conversion therapy and provide other protections for the LGBTQ community.
My message to all the young people, just be you. You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. You do belong. And I want you to know that as your president, all of us on this stage have your back.
Residents of the West Texas city of Odessa have been improvising emergency water supplies after a system outage left them high and dry for days amid scorching heat. An aging pipe broke Monday, and the city's water treatment plant was back online Wednesday morning, but utility officials said it could take up to 14 hours for normal service to resume. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Microsoft is ending support for the most recent version of Internet Explorer. The company announced in May that the IE11 desktop application will be retired and go out of support for certain versions of Windows 10 in favor of its new web browser, Microsoft Edge. Microsoft said that devices still using IE will be progressively redirected to Edge in the next few months. NASA said a rocket carrying two small weather satellites failed this past weekend, preventing the inauguration of a technology that would have helped better forecast hurricanes. The rocket by California-based Astra lifted off from Florida's Cape Canaveral space station, but the rocket's second stage malfunctioned before reaching orbit and lost the shoebox-sized technology. In a statement, NASA said after a nominal first stage flight, the upper stage of the rocket shut down early and failed to deliver the CubeSats to orbit. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The European Union sued Britain on Wednesday over its move to rewrite the trade rules agreed to when the country left the EU 2 years ago, ratcheting up tensions between the major economic partners. Earlier this week, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's government proposed legislation that would remove customs checks on some goods entering Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK. Those checks were imposed as part of a hard-fought compromise when Britain left the EU and its borderless free trade zone, but have caused both economic and political problems in Northern Ireland, where some say they undermine the region's place in the United Kingdom. The EU has decried Britain's effort to rip up part of the deal. Switzerland reopened its airspace Wednesday after a brief closure for safety reasons because of an unspecified technical malfunction. SkyGuide, the air navigation service, initially said the closure would be in effect until further notice after the malfunction early in the morning. A few hours later, it said the airspace closure was lifted and air traffic over Switzerland was resuming, along with operations at the country's two national airports. A small plane made an emergency landing on a street near downtown Anchorage, Alaska, after it ran out of fuel. A Cessna 150 on a training flight was attempting to return to the airport when it made the landing in a commercial area neighboring downtown. No one was injured. I'm Victor Paul, USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back another hour underway. What do we have? Morning, Gilligan. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Moon shining bright on Martinsville Speedway tonight. And it's a warm 80 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's the Pack Rat checking in, 5-time world champion Tanker Yanker. What a great time for my AC blower fan to go out. Uh-oh. I will survive. Yeah, so, wow. So, what is that? You're going to have the 250 at 255, 2 windows at 55 mile an hour AC. I think that's what they call it, 255s. Hello to Cliff this morning. Gail checking in. There's Norman checking in from Butte, Montana. Clear skies, 45 degrees there. Hillbilly Tex tipping a hat, waving a hand this morning. Folks kind of chiming back and forth. Mud Dog just tuned in. Good to have you on. Except from the sounds of it, I didn't miss much. Hey, you miss a minute, you miss a lot, buddy. Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve. And the most informed audience on both sides of the equator. We've got 79 degrees, a moonlit sky here in mid-Michigan this morning. Have a great show as always. Michigan Madman, lots of lightning coming in now. When did he post that? He posted that about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, Michigan, those storms, when we started the show, they were in northern. They're going to be sweeping through Michigan today. That front's going to reach here in our region later this afternoon. Showers, thunderstorms. All right, let's see. High pressure pumping on board, dumping in some of this liquid gold at the Pilot in Napoleon, Ohio. It just went up 20 cents. $6.25 a gallon. Anyway, I'm listening in. So your fresh load, right? Jack the price up. Daniel says, never fear, with all the damage the roads in the state of Montana, West Yellowstone, they're going to get them roundabouts built first, because that's what's important in the state of Montana with their DOT. Roundabouts. Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew. Steve Sommers, I'm on my break in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Heading to Benton, Arkansas in about 3 hours. Safe travels, stay cool. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Let's see. Daniel said, we got to remember, Farmer John's in Vernon, but it's also Arizona and Utah. That's the Smith Field. Is that what you're talking about? It affects a lot more than just the processing plant. It affects the farmers, the ranchers that raise, the truck drivers that deliver, the processing plant. We're talking about thousands of people this will affect. The high fuel price is a big thing, because when you're hauling pigs from, let's say, Canada down to Farmer John's, that costs a lot of money. Anybody that runs that Utah corridor sees them red Journey trucks. Yeah, that's their main haul. What they're going to do now. What are they going to do now? Joe Biden has really screwed up America, and it's only going to get worse. All right. There you go. Sean is on board. What can I cut? We were talking about budgets, Sean, not the cheese, right? Hello to Mr. Q on board this morning. Billy Lennig checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. 81 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina, 2 o'clock in the morning. Yes, it's exactly what I'm looking at. Outside the secret bunker says 80.7. So almost 81 degrees after 2 a.m. It's going to be another hot day. Chevy Guy, what's happening in your neck of the woods?
Oh, well, I'm back here in Monkey Gouger's home territory there. It's about 81 degrees. Hey, the heat don't bother me none. I love this. I mean, my arthritis don't bother me. My sinus, I can breathe. I'm in good shape. The only difference is that maybe it ain't like that out there where he's in Texas. Here, I'll walk the length of the truck, check the taillights, come back up, and the humidity is so thick that you're just covered with sweat. Sundance. The simple-minded thing, I understood what he was saying. But you're not fighting inflation by just getting just exactly what you need. What you're doing is putting your country into depression. You're like you were telling him. Your neighbors depend on us to be part of the economy. When I bought my Fiesta, by the way, I'm still only filling it up every other month, and I don't even notice it. The price I don't even notice the price. I think I paid $40. I fill it up when it sits down below a quarter tank. I'm afraid the stuff's going to turn into turpentine before I run it out of there. But when I bought that, I had a fella got all over me. He said, "Man, well, why'd you buy it out of the Ford garage? You should have bought on a car, that car thing, with the vending machine cars and they bring it out."
Right. Yeah.
I said, well, wait a minute. All right, this would be the second car or the second vehicle I bought out of the Ford garage down here in Barnwell, South Carolina. Now, Mr. Scott, Ben Scott, granted it was over 20 years. I hang on to him a bit. It was 20 years ago when I bought the Ranger, and and I bought this car. I said, but the fact is, Ben Scott got an income. He's my neighbor, and he got an income off of it. And he's able to live in town. Right now, Ben Scott's hurting because he's called me up and told me, that little car that I bought for $13,000, I might be able to trade it and get even more money for it right now. So, but I told him, well, right now he just paid for it, and I'm going to just wait and see right now. And he says, I totally understand, but they're hurting. But yeah, it just, we got, what is it, stagflation? You got depression coming when people are just holding back and not participating. But I understand where if that's what he's got to do to survive and deal with things. I will say this. I was looking on Facebook and somebody posted this wonderful thing of 1970, and it was showing road runners and javelin, road runners and all these. A Charger was like $6,300 and some odd dollars. Now you're talking $3,000 for $500, $3,500 for a dust or whatever little duster, Plymouth Dusters. Now try to buy a new car for that. Prices for everything going up. An F-150 is what, about $45,000-$50,000. Well, that's about what I have for an income down here in South Carolina, which like I said, I'm living good. I didn't buy my house to invest, so I got it real cheap because it has an expensive siding on it. So I've got it, paid $28,000 for it, had to put a septic in and put a well in, and I've been living there for 20 years. And I ain't planning on tearing the siding off. It'd take me $30,000 to get that done. So I just, whoever wants to live in it after me, then they can deal with it. But I've got a home paid for. I managed, I managed the money that I did have. But right now, I'm able to participate and, for the restaurants and do all that stuff. I'm able to participate. But like I said yesterday, with Biden says, he's up there saying, put food on the table. He's talking to the union head. Before he showed up, everybody was putting food on their table and making their car payments. And they thought everything was good, but right now, those car payments are worried because, if they're working the sawmill, they're seeing that the fuel prices are high. They all know that the trucks are guzzling the diesel fuel. Logging crews are diesel fuel. I mean, it just, everybody understands that their job security is being threatened right now. And, some of us have to pull back. Now the 2 paycheck deal, I don't quite understand about that because I don't know. It's just we've been working pretty good down here. I guess I misunderstood any part of that the equation what he was trying to get at, but no, Americans are out there just trying to live their life and trying to keep up with standard, and that's what keeps our economy going. And we'll just leave it at that. The reason why I called goes back to I'll go. I just went in a town out in Washington State, and just before I left the house, they decided to legalize drugs. Well, they've got junkies laying all over the place. People come up to that town so they wouldn't get in trouble for using the drugs. They've got people dying all over the streets, and they've got a whole lot more crime going on. Now, I've in the past have made mention that Scandinavian countries have legalized drugs, but they also did one other thing. They control the drug addicts. You got to come here, and then they provide the drugs. But when if you legalize drugs, but yet all these people, where are they going to get the money? So you got all these people coming into that little town. Where are they going to get the money for the drugs? Well, they'll be out there in your backyard getting stuff out of your garage. You try to stop them, they're going to, that hunger for that drug is a whole lot more important than your life. So, yeah, it's just, so I guess like Sundance, sometimes simple answers don't always work. And I think that city, I believe it's somewhere in the Seattle area up in Washington State. You might see that.
Shared that about a week ago, actually. Yeah, where they have the community where they did legalize all hard drugs, the number of deaths have jumped dramatically. They thought by legalizing the drugs, people that had maybe drug problems or whatnot would seek treatment, and because they don't have to worry about being charged with possession or whatever. Don't worry, it's not the unintended consequence, the number of overdose deaths jumped exponentially. But hey, I got to get a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I was checking out the radar for you there. The Michigan man. Got to zoom it in on Michigan. Our line of storms continues to progress off to the south and the east. Muskegon. Storms rolling in. Storms will be pushing off the lake into Holland, Michigan, probably within the hour. Now you continue on up, crossing Interstate 75 up toward Mio, Michigan, Grayling, Michigan, but not seeing nearly as many severe thunderstorm warnings out of the line as we were seeing a few hours ago. Yeah, I do actually have still warnings, northern Michigan. Yeah, what do you see? 60-mile-an-hour winds with some of these storms as they push through, so... And a lot of lightning, as you mentioned. What do you say, Hillbilly Tex?
Good morning there, Steve. Is this a hot mic?
No, sir. It's just me and you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Before I call to get what I called about, I won't talk about what I won't call about. But I appreciate all the phone calls and the text messages and word about my mom down there. Still no news. She's still down there in that hospital, and I guess no news, good news, you know.
Okay.
I appreciate all the calls and the text messages. I sure enough do. Now, Steve, I don't know. I ain't like Chevy guy. I didn't get in there part of what that other fella talking about. Last month we got our electric bill in, and they said we are going to have a 10% increase in prices of utilities, and it showed up in the mail yesterday. It was about 10, maybe 15% higher than what it's been being. And they put it off on that little letter they sent us. Said, well, the price of fuel and everything for the you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And then then I went up there and paid my insurance yesterday. I was on the phone with Big Moose when I paid it. My insurance went up $9 a month for they called it some kind of charge or something for dealing with the computers and stuff. And the price of food has done got so high. I'm eating pinto beans down here at a meal. And I can't go to the store because the gas too high to get to the store. I mean, I live on a fixed income, Steve, so you ask that fella, what the hell am I supposed to do, you know? I ain't got no opportunity to get out there and get no damn job. If I did, I'd be out there doing it. But I didn't make no bit of sense of what he was saying. Well, just don't buy it. Just don't buy it. Well, a lot of people driving these damn pickups bought that when Trump was in office making big money. And now look at what old Biden has done for us, you know. I couldn't make head nor tails out of that fella, so may I be the first to say he got the DA of the Week nomination on this here overnight drive. But anyway, I just wanted to tune in there and boy, I tell you what, all them cows, I thought I had Lauren's number wise up there. I thought I had his number, but I guess it was in my other phone before Straight Talk took my phone away from me. But I'd sure like to hear from Lauren. And you asked a question a while ago, earlier tonight, about the bull haulers. Well, that's why they drive so fast to keep air blowing in them. You ain't never seen no bull hauler hauling a load running 45 and 50. They always up there about 95 and 100.
Well, that's why Lauren always says she's in that high speed bull hauler.
Hey, that's right. Yeah, you got to keep air flowing to them, you know. But well, anyone, 81 off to 75. I'm waving a hat and tipping a hand and all that good stuff to you, and we'll be listening to you throughout the night.
Have a good morning,
Y'all
Tex.
have a good one.
You got it. Thank you for checking in. All right, get a news update here just ahead. Ford recalling 2.9 million vehicles that might not shift into the correct gear and lead to unintended consequences. The vehicle may be in park, at least it says it's in park, but it ain't. More on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announcement this past day. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden announced another $1.2 billion in security and humanitarian assistance will be granted to Ukraine as the war with Russia continues. Biden said he informed Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky that $1 billion in defensive aid will be sent. An additional $225 million of the funds will be sent for humanitarian aid. Americans' retail spending declined in May as consumers felt the pinch from inflation, higher gas prices, and rising interest rates. The Commerce Department said on Wednesday that retail sales fell a seasonally adjusted 0.3% in May from the previous month. And the Democrat National Committee reportedly had to reschedule a women's leadership fundraiser last month with Vice President Kamala Harris for lack of ticket sales. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, let me get to your recall here first, and we'll get back to your calls. I got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said they've had 6 reports of property damage, 4 reports of injuries related to this problem. Among the problems, they say the transmission on the affected Ford F, as in Frank, F cars and SUVs may not be in the park position. Now, even though the shifter position indicates the vehicle has been shifted into park. Drivers have exited the vehicle only to have the vehicle roll away, increasing the risk of injury or crash. According to the safety regulator, there's a similar problem with the 2015 Jeep Grand Cherokee caused the death of actor Anton Yelchin back in 2016. His Jeep rolled down his driveway and pinned him to a brick post in front of his home in L.A. Fortunately, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has not reported any deaths caused by this problem with the Ford recall. Vehicles involved will be model years 2013 to 2019 Escapes, 2013 to 2018 C-Max. You got the 2013 to 16 Fusion and the 2013 to 2021 Transit Connect. All those vehicles affected by, again, 2.9 million vehicles covered under that recall from Ford this past day. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor.
So I'm glad to see. I'm glad to see you're still with us. I saw someone had posted. Looked like a propane tanker truck on its side somewhere there in Maryland this past day.
No, I didn't hear about that. I have to check into that there. Have to get a hold of some of my people there that keep up tabs on that and see what the deal is. But anyways, now I was kind of say there, the people out there have been kind of experienced good times there and kind of overextended themselves, and we looked at new vehicles there because the one Suburban we have there, we've had since 02, and no, I guess it's 03. And so, of course, I refuse to get rid of it until it's 20 years old. But we were looking at possible prices of replacing in that, and you're talking $80,000-$90,000 to get a Suburban.
Yep.
And you even at my income level, I can't justify an $80,000 to $90,000 vehicle to drive back and forth to work. But there's people out there buying them. There's people out there buying houses that are way overpriced. We've been hearing about the housing market here and how much houses are. Not only do they put them on the market overpriced, they get 3, 4, or 5 different offers, and all those offers are up higher than what the price was they were asking, and then they're out bidding each other trying to go on, and the next thing you know, the house is selling for $50,000 or $100,000 more than they were even asking to begin with, and then they get an interest rate there that's got one of them variable APRs that is the worst thing you can do, but it's cheap right now, but we'll worry about it. We'll worry about it in the future there. Maybe we'll refinance it or something. We won't have to pay the high interest. But now you're not going to be able to do that with with the interest rates climbing, and the Fed, of course, increasing this last one here, 0.75% yesterday. So people aren't very, savvy with their finances. This instant gratification that we have now, just spend now because we'll worry about paying for it later. It doesn't work. And if you go back and talk to your grandparents and parents and stuff and see what they went through back in the 30s,
right?
They wouldn't be spending money like people do today. And I understand. I kind of understand where that other guy was saying, you can't spend the money, but I try to spend my money a little bit local. I try to keep my money local instead of sending it to the big corporations as much as I can. And not that you can't, you have to still spend money with the big corporations, because we go to Costco and shop once a month and get our needs that we have to have and stuff like that. But you can't live beyond your means. And I hate to say it, but if you can't afford to drive an hour to work, if you're driving 40, 50 miles to work because you're making a decent paycheck, maybe you can make an almost decent paycheck closer to home and only have to drive 10 miles. And well, now you've cut your cost in fuel by more than half. And, sometimes you got to look to do something different to try to conserve, even if you're not going to be as well financially off. Maybe in a way you are, because of what it costs you to live, per week. But I don't know, just a thought from a truck driver. But I just try to tell people, because even our daughter and son they're both overextended on their credit cards. They got credit card debt, and it's the instant gratification. And you try to tell them, don't do that, because it ain't going to be good when the fan that it's just the interest rates are going up. We're running into this, and it's going to be ugly. But they're going to have to figure out how to suffer through it, and they might have to sell some stuff, or do what they have to do with their credit card people. But anyways, hey, just to ask one more time here, you were talking about this recall that hasn't been called a recall yet on all this steering stuff. Now, did they increase the model years with that? Because I know at the initial time you said that they were talking that there was the 22s and 23s, and then you came out with all these other different manufacturers there yesterday. Did they add any more model years to that? Did they push that number back any, back into the 2020s or 2019s or anything like that? I kind of was half in and out of the truck and only caught part of what you were saying about it.
So the first recall that I shared was, I guess that would have been Monday night, and that was something like 6,000 and so 6,000 or 7,000 trucks. That was all the 22 and 23. The next night it was, I guess, so last night, yeah, it changed to over 100,000, 29 different manufacturers. I don't think they listed year models on those.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know. I'm running this 2020, and it's got an issue that at low RPMs, or if you're sitting in an intersection when you're getting ready to turn, or if you're in a parking lot and you're trying to maneuver around some, if you don't actually make it roll a little bit or give it a little bit extra RPM there, the power steering's pretty heavy. It takes quite a bit to turn it, and as I say, once you get things moving, rolling, you can turn the wheels, but it doesn't like it's like the old days of manual steering. If you're sitting still, you're going to have some pretty beefy arms by the time you get done trying to crank the wheel around. And so I didn't know if that was if I'm going to be included in that, and if that's a warning sign, because I know they said there was a few warning signs out, but they weren't going to issue their recall because they don't have a way to fix the problem yet. So they weren't going to issue a recall for a problem that Oh, yeah, it could be catastrophic. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, especially hauling what I haul down the road. You know, I could have a catastrophic steering failure. Could possibly be.
So I just pulled it up from Freight Waves, and it's up. They bumped it up to like 105,000 vehicles, part of the recall, but apparently they're saying like maybe 1% of the 105,000 would actually have the issue that they're talking about. I guess they're going to have to check them all, fix the ones that are a part of the issue. Daimler reported 6,492 vehicles. Let's see, 21 and 22 model year Freightliner Custom Chassis Corporation. Let's see, 22 and 23 Western Stars. That's the 4,900 and Freightliner Cascadia. Volvo, about 1,600 and some. That's 22 and 23 model year.
Okay. All right. As I say, I was just wondering because I thought I heard you say something about PACCAR there last night, and that was kind of my question.
PACCAR,
other than that,
that's on the list here as well. Let's see, because all these different manufacturers, one at a time, they all come out with the recall, so it's like a different every day. This says certain 2018 to 2020 Kenworth models. Are you in a Kenworth or a Pete or what you?
No, I got Peterbilt.
All right, so the 2018 to 2020 Peterbilt, it's a whole bunch of them. 330, 337, 4865, 367, 389, 579. Again, but less than 1% are supposed to be affected by that issue.
All right. Well, hopefully I don't have that less than 1%, but that's not normally my luck. Normally my luck is I'm in that less than 1% range there. Always on the bad side. But that great rain cloud there always follows me around there wherever I go. You can ask Kyle that every time I go to see him at a racetrack there, we get washed out. So anyways, but that's beside the point. But all right, I guess that's about what we got going for you. And yeah, if anybody has any fire truck questions there that I can answer there, just pass them along to me there and let me know what I can do for you, and we can figure something out there.
That'll work. All right, Horse Feathers. Yeah, since he missed it last, it says numerous tests of certain trucks in cooperation with Dana Corporation found no issues, but PACCAR decided on April 18 to order a recall. PACCAR is still investigating the cause of the issue and working on a remedy. Customers and dealers will be notified of the recall June 24th. On this report, it says. Now, this is the one about the Kenworths and the Peterbilts. It is 844-3388. We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning to Roy, checking in via YouTube this morning. Doing pinto beans and black-eyed peas. That's good stuff, he said. All right, Nanette, I see your post there on Facebook. I'd like to know you're not downloading your shows anymore on iHeart, or at least the last one that was downloaded was on the 13th of this month. Just wondering, are you not going to be downloading anymore? The answer to your question, Nanette, Mount Gilead, where the home 20 there for Hot Shot Secret is, got hammered by those storms there on Monday afternoon. They were shut down on Tuesday, and I got a message from Josh this past evening that I guess they had limited power, but unable for the last couple of episodes to download the podcast, so its podcasts, I guess, aren't available on any of the respective podcast sites, wherever you might listen to for, that would have been like the Tuesday morning and the Wednesday morning show. He did say, hopefully later today, they'll be able to get everything caught up. In other words, I guess they'll get loaded in, those programs from Tuesday and Wednesday, and here we are Thursday morning. But right now, that's the issue. They were out of power, shut down Tuesday. Like I said, I think they were able to get some stuff back up and running yesterday. But yeah, that's all those people that were without power up in and around the Columbus area. Of course, Mount Gilead just north and east there of Columbus, Ohio. Speaking of Columbus, there's Rick Friend on board. Rick says, my doctor's appointment went well. I'll be having outpatient surgery on my tummy hernia about 2 or 3 weeks. Prayers, please. All right. Yeah, the hernias these days, that should be that's outpatient surgery, right? Should be an easy fix. All will go well, and you'll feel a whole lot better. Enjoy that first cup of coffee this morning. Tree Frog on board. He said, I heard in the news break there, the Women's Leadership Conference, where Kamala Harris was slated to speak, had to be canceled due to the lack of ticket sales? Are you serious? Nobody wanted to hear Kamala Harris speak? I can't imagine why that is. Yeah, that is funny. All right, anybody else out of the box checking in? All right, it's 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Moose?
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. How are you?
Hanging with them, doing well. Back-to-back mornings. Your sleep schedule must be all screwed up.
It is. Well, it's been so freaking hot during the day, man. I just crank that air conditioner up and I just squirrel up and go to sleep. I ain't left the house 2 days, you know. I ain't going out in that 90-degree weather at 100% humidity. You know what I'm saying?
I got out there. I tried to get an early start yesterday because the grass really needed cut. I got the front yard and the side yard done, and I was so hot. I said, "Screw it. The back can wait. It'll cool off in a day or two."
Well, it's supposed to only be like 77 Saturday, so I figured all the yard trimming and garden weeding will wait till then. You know.
Sure.
But yeah, I've been up and down, and I was just sitting there listening to some of the stuff that was going on there, and I thought I'd chime in a little bit and put my 2 cents in on the matter, you know.
Absolutely.
That fellow talking about, you know, what you need to be spending, what you not be spending, all that stuff. Well, we've got 2 big problems in this country, Steve. We've got the keeping up with the Jones mentality that's been bred into people, and then you've got that you know, I want it now, we'll worry about the consequences later mentality. A lot of people have, they have a tendency to bite off more than they can chew, And, biggest thing is, people let money control them, and those are miserable people, Yeah, I don't give a damn what the Joneses have. And I've always lived my life that way because, money never meant nothing to me. Money was a tool at best, money was something that was, granted necessary, but it wasn't something that I felt the need to base my sole purpose of my being on. And a lot of people do that. And, you always hear the old preacher say, money's the root of all evil. Money's the root of all evil. No, money's not the root of all evil. The love of money is the root of all evil. And you'd be surprised at the number of people that love that money. And what you got to keep in mind, you pull any bill out of your wallet right now, what does it say right on the top of it? Federal Reserve Note. That money that quote-unquote money is only as good as the government says it is to start with. You got to keep in mind, April 10th, 1865, there was a lot of antebellum millionaires that woke up and found themselves to be paupers because all that money that they had stocked up in the back room wasn't no good no more, And people don't think that can happen. Well, it already has happened, There was a lot of them Confederate millionaires that woke up April 10th and realized that all that money that they had wasn't good for nothing but using in the wood stove, And I tell you another thing that I think a lot of people mess up on. They focus so much on what they haven't got that they fail to appreciate what they do have. How many of these people worried about buying the latest model pickup truck or buying the best clothes or buying the newest cell phone or all of these things that people stay up night laboring about and putting themselves through mental hell over? How many of those people thank God for their health or their family's health or the house they live in or their food in their bellies? It don't happen. At least not to the point that it should.
Yeah.
And it's pitiful, really, because, if you're so focused on the things that you haven't got that you don't appreciate the things you do got, then you're not worthy of what you have, And that's a shame. But, crap rolls downhill, money rolls up. And if the guy at the bottom ain't making good money, the guy at the top ain't making good money. And that's just the way it works. Because the reason the guy at the top got to where he's at is by selling a product or a service. And if you can't sell that product or service, then you're not going to have any money. Yep. Eventually, it's going to, the well's going to go dry. And but anyway, I don't know. It almost aggravates me when I hear people belly aching about what we haven't got. Well, you know what? You're not starving to death. You're not dying of malaria. You're not living in a mud and grass hut like 43% of the world is doing. You've got clean water to drink. You've got sanitary sewer facilities to use. You've got your health. Your family's got their health. And even though you're not driving the best automobile or got the biggest college degree on the wall or whatever, you're still a whole lot better off than half the world.
Yeah. And,
it's just, it's petty is what it is. I read an article one time about Elvis. And, Elvis was notorious for giving away automobiles, houses, and everything else. And when they asked Elvis, why was he so generous, he said, well, it was all that money didn't mean nothing to him because he was born without money. He was raised without money. Nobody that they ever had, everybody that he was around, his whole universe was devoid of money. And as long as he had something to eat and a warm place to sleep, that's all he needed. And everything else didn't mean nothing, And if more people had that mindset, the whole world would be a lot better off. And, I believe charity starts at home. And if I think people get into these charities for the wrong reason, namely like that old Sally Struthers, she absolutely made a buffoon out of herself, sitting over there, all 650 pounds of her talking about send money over
Starving
here to the
children
starving
in
babies,
Africa.
Yeah, and if you're out here pushing these charities and stuff for your own gain, that you're doing it for the wrong reason. The best of these charities is when you say donation, and then beside of it, as the giver, it says anonymous. That's where charity is right there. If you need somebody blowing smoke up your tailpipe singing how great thou art to you because you're giving money to somebody, you're doing it for the wrong reason. You might as well take it out in the backyard and set fire to it, because I tell you something, Steve, and I blame it a lot on the effeminization and the emasculation and the almost dogmatic destruction of the church. These churches, which was once the bedrock foundation of this country, have been bastardized and manipulated to the point to where those people in those buildings, a lot of them ain't doing nothing but keeping their ears warm because they're not there to hear the right message. They're not in the mindset to receive the right message. And a lot of the cases, the so-called shepherds, the so-called preachers, the so-called exhorters are not doing the job that they're doing. They're curtailing their message to either line their own pockets or fill their own seats. And I'm going to tell you something a wise man told me a long time ago, and I never forgot it. It's every man's own, it's your responsibility to receive your own salvation. Let every man seek his own salvation. You can't take nobody to heaven with you, and nobody can take you to heaven with them. It's your responsibility to do that. But on the flip side, you can take a Greyhound bus load of people to hell with you. And what we're seeing is a lot of bus drivers nowadays. And there's going to be a lot of them that, 7 o'clock on Wednesday, 9 a.m. on Sunday, and 7 p.m. Sunday night sitting there warming them pews. They're going to wake up knocking on the gates of hell wondering how they got there. And before I throw my Pentecostal switch and go out on an all-out rant here, I'm going to say everybody have a good evening and keep it twisted, spotted, and solid. And I'm 1042.
All right, and find a way to stay cool one more day. Relief comes our way later today. I think we're still looking at 94. I thought they said still close to 90 on Friday. Yeah, but then the real cool off by Saturday. I'll take that. All right, we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast, a little past that time. As a matter of fact, we'll get our news update top of the hour. Come back with a bid moose as we get another Thursday morning edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive underway.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order on Wednesday, which the White House says will prevent so-called conversion therapy and provide other protections for the LGBTQ community.
My message to all the young people, just be you. You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. You do belong. And I want you to know that as your president, all of us on this stage have your back.
Residents of the West Texas city of Odessa have been improvising emergency water supplies after a system outage left them high and dry for days amid scorching heat. An aging pipe broke Monday, and the city's water treatment plant was back online Wednesday morning, but utility officials said it could take up to 14 hours for normal service to resume. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
U.S. border agents aren't holding back after the U.S. Department of Justice said it will punish agents falsely accused of whipping migrants last year.
National Border Patrol President Brandon Judd is reporting the Department of Homeland Security has been ordered to punish horseback border agents after no criminal activity was discovered in a 9-month investigation. In September of 2021, President Biden was judge, jury, and executioner of these border agents.
To see people treated like they did, horses barely running them over, people being strapped, it's outrageous. I promise you those people will pay.
Fox News is reporting the CDP will file administrative violations to those people in a matter of days. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting Elon Musk is expected to confirm his desire to own Twitter when he speaks to the social media company's employees on Thursday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
2 out of 3 of the more than 1.2 million people incarcerated in state and federal prisons in America are forced to work. That's according to a new review of prison labor published Wednesday by the ACLU. The report outlines an exception in the 13th Amendment, which can force convicted criminals to work. The report estimates that as of 2020, there were more than 790,000 incarcerated people working in the U.S. Congress continues its partisan January 6th hearings.
House investigators are trying to make a methodical case that Donald Trump's beliefs about the 2020 election led directly to his supporters' insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. The House panel investigating the attack has held the first 2 in a series of hearings after a year-long probe and more than 1,000 interviews. The committee has shown clips not only from the attack on the Capitol, but also from its own closed-door interviews with Trump aides who were trying to dissuade him from claiming victory too soon in the 2020 election. From the Texas USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Victor Paul.
24-year-old Ryan Grantham, who appeared in films like The Diary of a Wimpy Kid and on the shows Supernatural and Riverdale, is in the sentencing phase this week for killing his mother in March. CBC reports prosecutors are shining a light on Grantham's state of mind and said he also had plans to kill Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, thank you much. Let me leave off there. Oh yeah, welcome aboard to our friends on the West Coast. I should say welcome into a Thursday morning. As we cross over that midnight hour, 16th day of June. Hey, if you're needing to stock up on your Hot Shot Secret products, as we'd like to mention, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You get 10% off your order, and that's an additional 10%, because you already get 10% if you are a CDL holder, if you're a first responder, active duty, or a veteran military. That means 20% off your entire order. Hey, I got a few retail deals going on out there if you're on the road. Ready to get your truck right for summer? $3 off both the Everyday Diesel Treatment and FR3 Friction Reducer at O'Reilly Auto Parts right now. Plus, you earn double O reward points through the 28th of this month. Again, a couple weeks left. Right now, $3 off the 2-quart Diesel Extreme at your Tractor Supply locations. That goes through the 26th of June. Also, through the end of the month at Pilot Flying J locations. Buy 2 Diesel Extreme 2-quart, and you'll receive $10 in Pilot rewards. I can't leave our friends at Love's out of the mix. Right now, buy 2 Stiction Eliminators. That's the 2-quart bottles. You'll get $20 in My Loves rewards. And Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. Remember now, a 16-ounce bottle treats 400 gallons of diesel fuel. Everyday diesel treatment. You need to be using that every time you fill up. And our number is 844-844-3388. Back to the phones we go. Would this be, is it Darwin by chance?
Starwind.
Starwind. All right. What's going on?
Well, Steve, I'm sure you've heard this many times before, and I'm going to say it again. Welcome back. Back when we lost you there in November, and we lost the election, we lost Marsh Limbaugh, I was pretty much beside myself. Listening to Fox News and maybe some other shows, it just wasn't cutting it. And one day I decided, in March, to type in what happened to Steve Sommers on the address bar. And lo and behold, Hot Shot Secrets came up, and there you were.
How about that?
I thought that was pretty awesome. I'm just chugging along here, 67 degrees, beautiful moonlit nights, left Sioux City, Iowa, on my way back to the Walmart D.C. there in Mankato, Minnesota. That's what I usually do at nighttime. So for that, I want to say thank you for all the interesting topics, all the drivers. We have some new faces, or new voices rather. Like Chevy Guy, Big News, always moving. And we lost a few as well. And I was wondering, before you went off the air back in November, you were reading a letter from disgusted Democrats.
That final morning, yes, after all those years of being out of contact with him. He sent me that email, and he was planning to call the show, and sure enough, that was the end of the final show. Never heard back from him again.
Yeah, I was curious what happened to him. He was another individual who really piqued my interest back then. So I was just curious about that.
And of course, with the loss of the job, I never thought about it at the time that they immediately took my email down, and I had no access to get in. I had no way to contact anyone that was in my email. I'd been there for so many, 24 years, I think I'd been there. And I mean, I used my, I used that email address, and that's pretty much the only one I used. And all of a sudden, it's all gone. Nothing.
Well, it took me a while to get back to you because I'm not a social person. I don't do Facebook, MySpace, Twitter, none of that stuff. I like my privacy.
Sure.
So like I said, it took me a while, and I decided to type in that message there on the address bar and finally found you. On the Hot Shot Secrets, is there a number I can call them? I want to ask them some information because I just had my 1980 Ford Fairmont. The engine I had just had it rebuilt, and I want to know which proper oil to put in there because it's an old car, and I want it to last a lot, for another 40, 50 years.
Sure. Sure.
That's my time.
Yeah. Well, let me start with this. I've taken your number down off the screen here, and as a first-time caller, we're gonna text you a $60 code that you'll be able to use there at hotshotsecret.com. Now, if you want to take down the number so you can ask them a question, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. I can give you their toll-free number. It's 800.
Okay, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
800-341-6516.
Okay. I'll get that on the I'm not rebroadcasting because I'm driving right now.
Okay. Yeah.
But,
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we'll get you they'll text you that code for $60. Pick what you need. So after you talk with them, maybe even when you're chatting with them, you can go ahead and say, "Well, place the order, and I got a code here for $60 off," and they can handle it like that.
Yeah. Sounds real good. Real good.
Well, Starwind, I'm glad you finally did that search and found us here. It's great to have you with us, and don't be a stranger, if you know what I mean.
I plan not to. I'll plan to give you a few messages every now and then. Because like I said, I work out of the Walmart in Mankato, Minnesota, and it gets pretty cold out there in wintertime. I go north to South Dakota, northern Minnesota, so... But thanks again, Steve. I appreciate you taking my call, and keep it going, man. Just keep it going.
Thank you much. Thank you. And I guess this is Thursday. Typically, Chad sends out those coupon codes because I've got here. We had Lee that called a couple mornings ago, first-time caller. Starwind, I got you. I think Fridays. He'll take my emails and send out the coupon codes on Friday. So watch for that. All right, so let me jump over here. We were talking to Horse Feathers earlier. By the way, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. I asked him about the propane tanker this past day. Is it Leadersburg or Leitersburg? That's the town in Maryland. An emergency official said Wednesday evening that a section of Leitersburg Pike will be closed for up to 24 hours due to that propane tanker truck that had crashed earlier in the day. It was actually leaking at the location. This is in Washington County, Maryland. 911 supervisor said at about 7 o'clock this past evening, crews had unloaded as much propane from the tank as they could, but the remaining gas in the tanker would be burned off in a process called flaring. With 2 flares burning Wednesday evening, a supervisor said his office was told the road could be closed for up to 24 hours. So that could be shut down until like 7 o'clock this evening if it's a full 24 hours, so they could deal with the remaining propane. The crash closed Clopper and Lehman Mills roads after about 1:15 this past afternoon. And it remains closed as first responders and ACNT officials burned off the remaining cargo, according to the fire chief. Apparently, the Maryland State Police said the truck crashed after striking a utility pole. Not clear what caused the rig to hit the pole. The driver, 37-year-old Wayne Edward Doyle Jr. of Hagerstown, was taken to the hospital, appeared to not have serious injuries. But either way, firefighters were spraying water on the leaking tank to suppress the vapors to prevent an explosion. They had no fire hydrants nearby, so water was being brought in by tanker trucks, and they were going back and forth to a hydrant, I guess the closest hydrant they had in the area there this past afternoon. But, yeah, I guess kind of a frightening scene. Overturned propane tanker that was full at the time. That could have been bad. It is 23 past the hour. And again, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. We'll return into...
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And we'll get an update on the story we shared a couple of nights ago, where people were getting opportunity of a lifetime right now. Can you imagine? Premium unleaded, 69 cents a gallon. Whoa. Yes, it was an error. The error at the pumps that left customers calling friends and family to get over here and fill up like right now. It was a mistake. John Susini, the station manager, who mistakenly gave hundreds of drivers the opportunity to save thousands of dollars on premium grade gasoline. He said this is a nightmare. Susini accidentally put a decimal in the wrong spot. So what was supposed to be $6.99 per gallon was punched in for 69 cents. People started sharing, posting the low price on social media, calling friends and family, and all of a sudden the lines were fast to guzzle it up. I would have done the same thing, said Susini. I guess presented the opportunity to put the nozzle in and get gas for 69 cents. He lost his job, obviously, Monday after the decimal point debacle. His family has now started a GoFundMe to raise $16,000 that the gas station lost in revenue to pay it back. They're worried that besides being terminated, they may sue. Possibly. Owner lost. So that answered the question. I wonder how much fuel was actually pumped. They lost $16,000 that day. Craig Zimmerman is a business attorney who said employees are protected from liabilities in cases like this where you make a mistake performing your normal job duties, so it's a mistake. The only way he could be responsible, absent any sort of a written agreement, is if he was acting outside the scope of his employment. For instance, if his boss said, whatever you do, don't ever set the price on that gas pump. And then he did it, that sort of thing. But the gas station glitch turned into the proverbial gift for drivers. And, of course, he's now looking for a job. And he said, I admitted I took responsibility for it. I said, it's my fault. But if you missed it the other night, last time gas was 69 cents a gallon as far as the national average. That year would have been 1978. All right, news break is just ahead. Let me get we got a handful of industry headlines to get to, things we haven't touched on yet. Seems like every time you turn around, we're trying to share with the audience a new emergency declaration. Sometimes it's weather-related. It could be whatever the case is. But we've seen one after another. Of course, we've had for 2.5 years now the federal declaration as far as scrapping the hours of service if you're hauling loads in relation to the COVID pandemic. That is still in place, which is beyond me. But with so many, I guess, changes from one state to the next or one region of the country, because a lot of these might be regional or multi-state declarations, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance says, all right, we need to put together a website. It's kind of like a one-stop location where you can go to find out all the varying regulation changes as far as the hours of service are concerned. You got the Federal Highway Administration, the American Association, State Highway and Transportation Vehicles. So they're going to update a newly updated website. We'll have all the information on changes to allowable weights through a standard set of pertinent information, contact information for each state's overweight permitting office. They'll have an interactive map of the declarations for all of North America, the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. You'll be able to subscribe to notices, I guess, like via email if there's a new declaration added. Information on the issuer of the relief, the type of relief that's being granted, the start and end dates of each declaration, exemption details, all the relevant information for vehicle permits, for size, overweight restriction on interstates, waivers for overweight restrictions on state roads and all that. The Emergency Declarations website, as they call it, previously focused on emergency relief of FMCSA Title 49 code regulations. So by expanding the website's offerings, the idea is to try to eliminate the confusion as things change so much from one place to the next. So this will be one easily accessible, updated, public online repository that you can reference at any time, according to the press release. Thought they had a date when that would be up and running. I don't see the date here. Nonetheless, that will be forthcoming. Our number, 844-844-3388. Clear lines here on a Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order on Wednesday, which the White House says will prevent so-called conversion therapy and provide other protections for the LGBTQ community.
My message to all the young people, just be you. You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. You do belong. And I want you to know that as your president, all of us on this stage have your back.
Residents of the West Texas city of Odessa have been improvising emergency water supplies after a system outage left them high and dry for days amid scorching heat. An aging pipe broke Monday, and the city's water treatment plant was back online Wednesday morning, but utility officials said it could take up to 14 hours for normal service to resume. This is USA Radio News.
It was very important to feel like a company valued me and my family's time, specifically helping get the timeshare company off of our backs.
Do all the good you can, by all the means you can, and all the ways you can. I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. I first heard that John Wesley quote when I was 11 years old in Sunday school. I even have his words displayed at all of our offices to give our employees the same purpose I have when fighting to get clients out of a fraudulent timeshare.
If you were not satisfied with other companies, look directly to Wesley Financial and they will help you.
I promise we'll do all the good we can every single day. That's why I guarantee we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313.
listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The ProStock Tractor Division attracts a leader in trailers. His daughter shows horses, both one and thousands at a time. They'll look to be clutch when their season starts in Hutch. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Minnesota pulling fans, don't miss your one chance this year to see Grand National Pulling in your home state when NTPA Championship Pulling returns to the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson with the Power Pull Nationals. They're set for Friday and Saturday, June 17th and 18th, and 6 divisions each night: Superstock Diesel, Pro Stock, and 4.1 Pro Stock tractors, Super Semis, and mini and multi-engine modifieds. Find out more about the event at PowerPoleNationals.com or watch it live or on demand around the world with the NTPA's over-the-top streaming service, ntpa.tv. Making the 860-mile journey to central Minnesota from their headquarters in eastern Ohio will be Mike Connie and Julia Ray, the father-daughter Mack Trailer Pro Stock pulling team. Their pair of 680 cubic inch John Deere 8410s named Mack Nasty and Mack Daddy finished 2nd and 4th in the 2021 points with 4 combined wins on the regular season. The duo then had a night for the ages at the 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off last September in Urbana, Ohio, where they went 1-2 against the best pro stocks in the nation. The 2016 Grand National champion, Mike, is the founder, president, and CEO of this quarter-century-old business that manufactures dump, flatbed, and liquid tank trailers, as well as dry bulk pneumatic tank trailers and straight truck bodies. Connie founded his business as a repair shop in a single bay garage and has grown it into one of Eastern Ohio's flagship businesses, with 2 assembly plants in Alliance and 1 in Salem. The liquid tank trailer division may be found in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, and Mack has an extensive network of authorized dealers. Visit MackTrailer.com for more information. Mike and Julia started out in the highly competitive Super Farm division, finishing 5th and 9th back in 2012. Mike made the move to the energy-sized turbocharger Pro Stock division in 2015 and placed tractors 1st and 2nd in a dominant 2016 sophomore season. Julia assumed the primary driving duties of Mack Daddy in 2018. Besides her administrative role with Mack Trailer and her pulling career, Julia also trains and shows horses. The pit area is open for our fans to stop, chat, and take close-up photos with our drivers and their incredible machines. And as you are strolling the power pole rounds, look out for the 2 John Deeres with the familiar octagonal Mack emblems on the sides. They might be the trailer team, but they'll be the ones doing the pulling in Hutchinson. That's PowerPoleNationals.com for tickets, NTPA.tv for the internet broadcast, and NTPAPULL.com for series schedules, points, and results. And the next weekend, it's the first Super National of the season, featuring 14 pulling divisions over 5 sessions when the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals invade Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin, June 23rd through 25th. Check out TomahTractorPull.com for more information. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Very much, John Dunlap. NTPA update here on a Thursday morning. All right, again, cleared lines at 844-844-3388. Well, before I get to this one, I got an email from James here a few minutes ago. Morning, Steve. 83 degrees here at the Michigan-Ohio state line. You believe that? 3:30 in the morning, 83 degrees. Headed to Detroit for a load of powder cement. Anyway, I heard the monkey gouger asking about funeral arrangements for somebody. But with his accent, I couldn't make out the name. So I was wondering who passed on. Yeah, if you weren't with us, it was Squirrel. Jim Statmiller was his real name, a.k.a. Squirrel, he was pretty much, he was the sales guy. He was the sales guy and so much more. Started with, obviously, with my father. I think when he first started the show in 1984, they had a girl by the name of Mindy. I can't remember her last name. Mindy, that she was saleswoman for a few years. Jim Statmiller took her place there. So somewhere, mid to late 80s, and of course, Squirrel was the guy that, when my dad retired in 2004 and I took over the show, stuck around with me for all those years. So I guess maybe 2 years before I was dismissed, Squirrel was let go there. So, consolidate. Yeah, he was for the most part, designated to just being the salesperson for the overnight program. Now, if they were selling Reds baseball or Xavier or University of Cincinnati, he would get involved in that. But they had the brilliant idea of, well, we've got all these other salespeople. Hey, why do we need one full-time guy designated to selling the overnight show? So they divvied things up. All right, this account went to one salesperson, and that account went to another salesperson, and they split everything up. And that was a big mistake because, well, you can talk to any former advertisers. Chris Gabrelchik would be one of them. When Squirrel got let go, he said, I never, ever got the same service. I mean, a year could come and go, and I wouldn't hear from anyone about updates. Nobody would, I guess the only time he'd get a call is when they were saying, hey, we need to renew your contract, and how about we add another 10 grand in advertising, that sort of thing. But they never got the same service as one Jim Statmiller. But yeah, Squirrel passed away earlier this week. I believe that was Monday afternoon, if memory serves. And Monkey Gouger, of course, yeah. So many memories of the Monkey Gouger and the Squirrel, because those guys hung out at the truck shows, whether Louisville or the Great American Truck Show there in Dallas, Texas over the years, and so many other places. They'd actually share a hotel room and things like that. So, yeah, they knew each other well. So, and yeah, and I don't have any contacts really remaining that I can find out the funeral arrangements. It'd been right about the time I spoke to Squirrel within the month after my dismissal from iHeartRadio. We talked several times, and that's the last we had spoke. Last time I saw him would have been he would always come over to the Sommers ranch on the 4th of July, because we always did our big 4th of July party 2 years ago, not this past, but the one before that. It's the last time I actually got to see Squirrel. Came over in the afternoon, and it was getting, sun was beginning to set. We hadn't even started with the fireworks yet, and he said, "All right, Steve-O, I gotta go." I said, "Squirrel, you're not staying around for the fireworks?" No. He didn't like driving in the dark. You couldn't see real well when the sun went down, so there you go. Last time I got to see good old Squirrel. Well, as some fans complain about the rising ticket prices at the theme parks around the country, here you go. You got more money than you know what to do with. Disney is offering what they call a bucket list adventure for 75 well-heeled guests. Well-heeled? In other words, you got a big pocketbook. Priced at about $110,000 each. The travel package is called Disney Parks Around the World, a private jet adventure. Now, that package price is per person based on double occupancy, so that means you're in for about $220,000. The 24-day tour includes private jet travel to all 12 of the company's parks around the world, plus some additional stops at other man-made wonders like the Taj Mahal, the Pyramids of Giza, the Eiffel Tower. It also includes a tour of the Lucasfilm campus and the Walt Disney Studios. Now, the dates for the jaunt are July 9th through August 1 of 2023. Yeah, not here in a couple weeks, but next year. Bookings begin next week. Oh, by the way, airfare to and from the departure and return cities is not included in that cost. But throughout the trip, you will be attended by 3 adventure guides, Disney VIPs, cultural experts, and some guest surprise guests. The private jet is a VIP configured Boeing 757 operated by Icelandair with long-range capabilities, which will allow for direct flights to maximize your time between each destination. The crew will include a chef, 3 dedicated staff members, and a physician will be on hand. And your package price includes most of the meals. Most meals. $110 per person. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Morning to Steve checking in after a couple days of working off and on through the day and the night after the storms. I think we're back to normal. On top of the work schedule going nuts, we had to deal with a roof repair at the Home 20 due to the storms as well. Thankfully got that fixed yesterday. The really bad news is I missed out on yesterday's Powerball drawing. Well, there's always next time. Everybody enjoy the day, and we'll catch up again tomorrow. All right. Have a good normal day today, Steve. All right. Wait a minute. Are you serious? Pappy just sends me a message. He says, "Damn, the power just went off again. It's all over out here." Son of a... Oh, no. Maybe it'll be a short-term thing. A lot of times, and when they're trying to get the grid back up and run, because he had been out of power for about 30 hours, and so maybe they're just taking a breaker offline and they're going to throw the switch to maybe bring more of the neighborhood. Hopefully that's the case. I don't know, but all right, good luck, Pat. Well, at least you've got your solar generator, but that ain't going to do a darn thing in keeping the house cool because it's still 80 degrees out there as we speak, headed back into the middle 90s this afternoon. Final heads up here. James checking in. I-75 northbound in Michigan will be closing at exit 45 on June 24th. And several days away. So I could put a maintenance kind of thing that'll be taking place there. All right. Heads up for the drivers out there. Thank you very much. Hey, what do you say, Pup? Good morning.
Oh, not much. How you doing?
Hanging with them. How about you?
Oh, holding on this old steering wheel. But as far as steering wheels go, Mike Kenworth does the same thing as Horse Feathers Peterbilt. It doesn't seem like the single axle Kenworths do that, but my twin screw does. But hey, did you happen to hear about that letter that was written to Donald Trump here on June the 6th, just a week or so ago? It was from he was the Attorney General for the East Side, a federal Attorney General for the East Side of Pennsylvania. And back right after the election, he called Bill Barr and told him that there were irregularities or voting irregularities, and that they did have proof of ballot harvesting and stuff.
Really?
And yep. And Barr told him to keep his mouth shut and turn it over to the state attorney general. But he wrote that in a letter to President Trump. It's a little bit too late now for that, but he's wanting Trump's endorsement because he's going to run for governor of Pennsylvania, I guess. Can't remember the fella's name. I think it's William something, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I just wondered if you knew anything about that.
I honestly, no. I hadn't heard a thing about that.
Yeah, it was Mark Levin read that letter the day before, and so I didn't know if you'd heard about that or not. So, but about power, where that Big Butter Jesus is, or where the old one was, and that new one, they were without power for that area was without power for 2 days. And I noticed on my way down to Lexington that they had power, and I just went by there here not too long ago, and it was back off too. So, but got a major crisis up in our area. I don't know if it's because Fort Wayne got hit with that strong wind or what.
Yeah, they had, what, 98 mile an hour wind pushed through there.
Yeah, I haven't been over on the west side of Fort Wayne. That's where the worst of the damage is, in the airport there on the south side. But on my way to and from work, that storm came in a southeast direction, and there between Fort Wayne and Decatur, man, there's a lot of trees down and uprooted trees, and even over by Van Wert, Ohio, there is. But the crisis is, Steve, is all the other brands except for Coors Light has 12-ounce cans. Coors Light is out of 12-ounce cans. So, got to buy the tall boys or go with bottles.
And I don't know if you were with us in the first hour, but they've had they're pulling Coors Light and Keystone Light off a bunch of shelves around the country, certain states. Like, some sort of deal that they named the brewery, but one particular line, I don't, there's speculation. There were some videos on TikTok about people opening up Coors Light and pour in some sort of I don't know, it's some kind of a slime that was coming out of the can. It sure as hell wasn't beer. Then Horse Feathers dug up a video that showed me a guy that opened up his fridge and he pulled out a can and he went to pop the top and it wasn't opening the can, and he went one after another. The pull tab thing was just breaking off one can after another. So I don't know if it's the slime or they said it's not a health hazard, but they're not up to standard. So Coors Light may be in short supply otherwise.
Holy cow. I guess I'll have to switch to Bush Light or something.
Bush Light. Hey, boy. Come on.
It's better than that Miller Light.
Get on board with the moose.
I got to get that Dick Blaine Monkey Gouger, some of them ones with tractors on it. He's wanting some of them Bush Light cans with tractors on it. Why I'm so nice to him, I have no idea. He ought to take note of that lesson that Moose gave about not being envious of other people's stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got news for him. Took a while, but I got a hold of the voodoo shop down there in Louisiana, and I finally got a voodoo doll. You know how hard it is to find a prosthetic arm for a voodoo doll, Steve?
I don't think they're not in high demand.
Yeah, but this one, he's got that fancy collar coated one. They had to be all dolled up just like him. So. But no, I didn't hear that, I guess, about that. Maybe that's why they're only doing it in bottles and tall boys. Maybe that was just in the 12-ounce cans.
And yeah, everything I've read off the list, it was all 12-ounce cans. In the 12-pack, the 18, the 24-pack, both the Coors Light and the Keystone Light, all the 12-ounce cans.
10-4, yeah. See, you miss a minute on this show, you miss a lot.
Well, give us a farm update. We were chatting off the air about a week ago. You know, I mean, are things? I mean, we've had a lot of rain, the storms. How's the farming coming along? Is stuff getting in the fields, or is it too soggy?
With this heat and humidity, it's dried it out enough that the guys could get back in. We got to be lucky in that storm in our area. You know, I think when we talked, we had that like 2-some inches in like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And that really pounded stuff in the ground, and a lot of guys had to replant, but they've got their replanting done, and I think, if I remember right, unless they changed it, the bean, it's either the beans or the corn, I can't remember which one, had to be in by June the 15th for the, or it was either June 5th or June 15th for the crop insurance to take effect. They have to be in the ground by then. So, but, and there's a lot of hay being taken off right now. I'll tell you what, that's a young man's game with this heat and humidity.
I can imagine working out there where you're throwing the bales up on the back of the trailer. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that there's a lot of the younger guys do that for money, and well, mainly the Amish kids anymore. You hardly ever see a regular American boy on them wagons unless the dad actually owns the farm.
Wow.
So, not much has been going on. The south side of Dayton here, they got their power back, I just noticed. They were without for a couple of days. But, nope, you said you had an empty line there, so I figured I'd call and shoot the breeze with you and see how things was going.
I appreciate you helping us fill in a little bit of time there. We got a full hour yet to go, so we need a few more to jump on.
I'll be listening.
Thank you for the update,
All
Pop.
right.
And I see several other people that have posted. Howard said, yeah, he's out in your neck of the woods, Pappy. Howard said Duke Energy is saying back on like maybe at 9-something this morning. That's the estimated time. You know, hopefully sooner than that. But I see several other friends of ours that on Facebook, Victoria just said about 5 minutes ago, power out again. What the hell? Right? Come on. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Yes, and we've got plenty of room for you as we cross over into that final hour just ahead this Thursday morning. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order on Wednesday, which the White House says will prevent so-called conversion therapy and provide other protections for the LGBTQ community.
My message to all the young people, just be you. You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. You do belong. And I want you to know that as your president, all of us on this stage have your back.
Residents of the West Texas city of Odessa have been improvising emergency water supplies after a system outage left them high and dry for days amid scorching heat. An aging pipe broke Monday, and the city's water treatment plant was back online Wednesday morning, but utility officials said it could take up to 14 hours for normal service to resume. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
U.S. border agents aren't holding back after the U.S. Department of Justice said it will punish agents falsely accused of whipping migrants last year.
National Border Patrol President Brandon Judd is reporting the Department of Homeland Security has been ordered to punish horseback border agents after no criminal activity was discovered in a 9-month investigation. In September of 2021, President Biden was judge, jury, and executioner of these border agents.
To see people treated like they did, horses barely running them over, people being strapped, it's outrageous. I promise you those people will pay.
Fox News is reporting the CDP will file administrative violations to those people in a matter of days. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting Elon Musk is expected to confirm his desire to own Twitter when he speaks to the social media company's employees on Thursday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
2 out of 3 of the more than 1.2 million people incarcerated in state and federal prisons in America are forced to work. That's according to a new review of prison labor published Wednesday by the ACLU. The report outlines an exception in the 13th Amendment, which can force convicted criminals to work. The report estimates that as of 2020, there were more than 790,000 incarcerated people working in the U.S. Congress continues its partisan January 6th hearings.
House investigators are trying to make a methodical case that Donald Trump's beliefs about the 2020 election led directly to his supporters' insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. The House panel investigating the attack has held the first 2 in a series of hearings after a year-long probe and more than 1,000 interviews. The committee has shown clips not only from the attack on the Capitol, but also from its own closed-door interviews with Trump aides who were trying to dissuade him from claiming victory too soon in the 2020 election. From the Texas USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Victor Paul.
24-year-old Ryan Grantham, who appeared in films like The Diary of a Wimpy Kid and on the shows Supernatural and Riverdale, is in the sentencing phase this week for killing his mother in March. CBC reports prosecutors are shining a light on Grantham's state of mind and said he also had plans to kill Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
I hadn't heard much about it, and I actually came across one headline about a day or two ago. Not getting a whole lot of attention. I guess it's because it was a potential tragedy averted in this case. But in the state of Texas, once again, Duncanville, Texas, a guy enters a building with about 150 kids inside attending a summer camp. This was on Monday of this week. I started shooting, but apparently the protocol, which everybody's been getting up to speed on this, at the first sound of gunshots, they lock the doors, everything goes into lockdown mode. According to the statement from the Duncanville Police Department, the suspect entered the Duncanville Field House about 8:45 a.m. Several shots were fired in the building where they were hosting the summer camp for kids ages 4 to 14. Officers were on the scene within 2 minutes, they say, and immediately began a search of the building. Officers were quickly able to locate the armed suspect after an exchange of gunfire where the gunman was shot. Officers began first aid. Suspect was transported to the hospital but died on the way. Amazing, no children, no staff were injured at the summer camp, which they say has an average daily attendance of like 250 people. The children and the staff locked themselves in the rooms after the first shots were fired. And of course, after being locked down, eventually were able to evacuate the building. Had to be scary as hell for the kids, you know. But according to the police department, due to the clear-headed actions of the staff and the quick response time of law enforcement, and notice they didn't wait an hour to go in, there were no additional injuries. In this case, the suspect has been identified as a 42-year-old male, Brandon Ned of Dallas, Texas. Not an 18-year-old, a 42-year-old. All right. But now you know. It is 844-844-3388. Setting in the dark, listening to the overnight drive.
Yeah, I'm not a happy camper, Steve. What the heck, man? I mean, all I had to do was pull out an extension cord and plug it in, you know, but, man, I made these cardboard props for the solar panels, you know, getting the right angle and everything. I just packed them things up and put them away, man.
Wow. Well,
but,
I mean, if you charged them yesterday, you should be at full charge.
yeah, I got a full charge. I got the one battery right now. It's saying when I plugged it in, it said it had 13 hours on it when it's running.
Yeah.
So probably get about, I don't know, 18 hours out of it. And then if I hook the other battery up,
I don't know. Did you hear
probably
me?
about 24.
Did you hear me say the guy, this listener Howard on the stream chat said Harrison, Ohio, Electric Al Duke says back on at about 9 something this morning.
Yeah, went in their app or whatever, and we can do that, I guess, and get an estimate time. So, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if that's the same guy that lives up off Carolina Trace there, up towards New Benninger. It's all out, though. I mean, her aunt that lives in a brand new subdivision over by the park, I mean, it's a few miles away. She's out, too.
Yeah, I got our friend Victoria and Jimmy that I don't know where they live out there. Now, I was thinking, I thought they lived in Mason, though. So I don't know. Because, Harrison and Mason were both areas that were out. But, I mean, she said they just lost power again, too. They had been out for a couple days.
Well, wow. With that being the case, I would say, something really ain't going good. But you got power, right? So
I never, knock on wood, I've never lost power. Nope.
I'm looking over towards the Krogers. It don't look. I'm not seeing any lights. It's looking like they're probably out too. I guess I don't know. They weren't out during the outage, I don't think. But I'm not seeing any lights nowhere. And Steve, man, I cut the grass today. I was like you, man. I was whooped, and the house felt good with that air going, and I was just getting ready to get in the shower. I'm like, man, I got to take the garbage out. I just did that. Take a shower, and now the power's out. I guess I could. The water probably still be warm.
Yeah.
Should have took one earlier, but so it is what it is. But it's a full moon out there, brother.
It still looks full. Technically, it was Tuesday night, I think it was, but yeah, it's still looking full.
Yeah, right. But it don't feel too bad out
now, what
here
time
right
of day were you out trying to cut? I mean, I got out there I think it's maybe like 10 o'clock. It was already hotter than hell that time. Everybody was out, trying to get some work done before that. But man, I got, like I said, the front and the side done. I don't have all that much. It ain't that big of a yard. But man, oh man, I said screw it. I'll do the back later.
Steve, it was 7 o'clock tonight when I started. Took me about an hour, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe 7:30. Maybe 7:30. So I waited for the sun to go down. And it wasn't all that bad. I mean, I sweated a lot worse, But, it was hot, but it wasn't that bad.
Well, hell, it was probably still 90 at 7:30 because, it was still 83 outside the bunker at midnight.
I'm wanting to say when I looked at the app, it was 92 degrees. When I went out to cut it still.
Wow.
But, the sun wasn't out. The sun was up.
Right.
Not the yard, really, like it does during the day.
Right now the sun doesn't go down till, when I get out of bed at like 9:30 and I can step out and there's still a little bit of daylight out there. So.
Yeah.
But, you don't want to be out there in the heat of the day. Noon to 4 is I guess the directly overhead killing you, son.
Man, Steve, when I went out there to adjust some solar panels, to get them pointed directly at the sun, it maybe took 10 minutes just to kind of move them things around a little bit. Man, I'll tell you what, on the back of this deck, this whole back deck gets the sun all day long till about 6 o'clock. Then it kind of starts to get off the deck here. But, man, it was toasting. The humidity was bad, too. That's what the problem was, too.
Yeah,
I was out here 10 minutes, man. I walked back inside and was like, my God. But, Well, the house is cooled off, so usually, I mean, if it comes back on at 9, no big deal.
Be all right.
You know, it's really no big deal if it's only out for that amount of time. Now, those that don't have their refrigerators running, dude, I'll tell you what, Steve, man, her Aunt Tina, I don't know how long that stuff would stay good in the fridge, you know, but say it went out at 4 o'clock, back on at 9, I would think everything should probably still be good. But if it don't come on till noon or something, and she's got to throw all that stuff out again, man, she gonna be livid.
Uh-oh.
There's a lot of people gonna be livid, you know. And you know, it's a good thing I heard you say the other night when they were talking about these rollouts, right? That, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say it was like only 15 or 20 minutes?
They said 15 to 30 minutes on average. They knock out an area, then they kind of rotate. That's why it's rolling blackouts.
Yeah, rolling blackouts. I mean, if that's all it is, kind of like, you know, I guess it's not going to kill anybody.
Right.
But I mean, if you got some older people on oxygen or stuff, man, they better have some power backups.
Battery backups, yeah.
You know, yes, sir. You know, but yeah, all right. Well, I know I got, another almost probably 36 hours of battery life, and I guess I might have to stay up just in case it don't come back on and throw them daggone solar panels out here again. It won't take that long. It only takes about half hour to set them up. I just pulled them down, man.
Don't do that again. Keep them out.
Yeah, I think I probably will. All right, my man. Have a good night. Stay cool.
All right. Hopefully it's only 9 a.m. or shortly thereafter. Thank you, Pappy. Stay cool. Oh, my. It's 844-844-3388. Let's get to the horse feathers here. Take 2. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Hey, real quick there, I heard on your news there that the Democrat National Committee there, they were going to have a fundraiser thing, and they were trying to sell tickets, and they had our famous Vice President Kamala there going to be the lead person there.
Nobody wanted tickets.
They couldn't sell any tickets, so they had to cancel it. Ain't that funny? Anyways, maybe they better get a better speaker. But now out there in Yellowstone, you're talking about these, 50 million cubic feet of water or whatever it was moving per second out there in the river.
Yeah.
Whatever that crazy number was. Where does that river go, Your Honor? I mean, does it go to a big lake? Is there a lake with a dam at the other end of it that's holding all that other water back? Where's all this water going to end up? I mean, we're talking about it going through Yellowstone, but it's got to end up somewhere else to get either to the Great Lakes or the Mississippi, to go to the Gulf, or to go to, I don't know if it's far enough across. I don't know. Probably is not going to cross the Rockies there to get out to the Pacific, right? But where's all that water going to go, and who's downstream, and what are they going to expect?
Eventually says here, I mean, it's crazy. In Montana, the damn thing actually goes north and then cuts across northern Montana into North Dakota, then south, and eventually goes down to the Mississippi.
Okay. So are the people down through the Mississippi going to experience some high water problems with all this, or are they predicting anything of that nature? I mean, and on the way to the Mississippi, I mean, or has it got places that's going to disperse some that?
I'm assuming. I mean, that's a pretty long trek across Montana through North Dakota. Says the Yellowstone River, the last major undammed river in the lower 48, flowing 671 miles from its source southeast of Yellowstone, eventually into the Missouri River, and eventually to the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. So anyways, your story there about the propane truck. It almost sounds like it's one of those home delivery type trucks, possibly. That you probably be like a 2,500, maybe a 3,000 gallon tank on a single axle truck, single drive axle. You know, 2-axle, 6-wheel type truck, or maybe a 10-wheel truck if it's a 4,000 or 5,000 gallon tank. And but yeah, they get as much out as they can in the liquid form. They pump out as much as they can, and then as you say, they were working on flaring off. They got to let everything change from liquid to vapor and burn that off with like a big torch, and then they get nervous. They get nervous trying to upright stuff with stuff still in the tanks and that. So, but
well, you can't blame them because all it takes is a spark with that stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I guess because I deal with the stuff all the time. Maybe don't get me wrong. I got a lot of respect for it and everything, but I don't have fear of it. You know, as I say, I got a lot of respect for it, but I don't have fear of it. So, you know, I have vapor release. You know, when I disconnect, there's always a little bit of vapor release. This time of year, this is actually a good time of year for that, because with the temperatures being up, it disperses very quickly. It doesn't hang around very long, and it's mixture is fuel to air, you know, ratio mixture really dissipates very quickly. So your chances of you know, an ignition of something like that, and unless you have a constant flow, which, you know, from a tank or something, you know, if you had a rupture in that or a rupture in a line, then you know, you'd have a constant flow of fuel. But if you have something that's intermittent, the amount of time it's around is very short this time of year, especially when the temperatures get into the 80s and 90s, because, you know, the boiling point of propane is minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So anyways, but sounds like they're doing the right thing. But yeah, it's just a drawn out procedure. And of course, while all that's going on, you got wreckers sitting there and police force sitting there and everything else, and everything's going tick tock, ka-ching. And of course, it's just your insurance going to pay for that, and then your insurance rates are going to go up, and like everything else, so everything else is going up. So yeah, what else is new in this world now, right?
You got it.
So, but other than that, looks like we're going to have a few sprinkles here. Just got into downtown Baltimore with my truck, and looks like we're going to have some sprinkles here. Got some dampness on the windshield, so I'm going to go through here and see if we can have fun with the people at downtown. See who's out. See if the windshield washer guys are out here. Got all these windshield washer guys stand on street corners there with scrub brushes, want to wash your window every time you stop at an intersection. They expect to give them money for it. Yeah, get out of my way before you get run over. But anyways, with all that nonsense there, we'll let you go and see if you can find an intelligent caller to finish up the loneliest hour here.
We'll see what we can find. Thank you for checking in there. Horse Feathers update on the whole, the propane scenario. Donald got you coming up there. Kentucky Ken is on board. And room for you at 844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And let me throw a thank you out to several of our listening friends. Charmaine, Dave Robertson was one of them. Mike. They were all trying to help me out, find more info about Squirrel's funeral services. Yeah, I got they told me Evans Funeral Home. I was able to go to Evans Funeral Home, and I actually found the link, shared it to my Facebook page. Looks like they don't have any slated time or date for the memorial service yet, but yeah, they've got the photo, the obituary there, which I was able to share here a few minutes ago. All right, so again, thank you very much for trying to help out there. That was very beneficial. Donald, good morning.
Is that Donald Shadow Chaser, Steve?
Well, hello, Shadow Chaser.
How you doing this morning, Steve?
Well, I can't complain. Quitting time's around the corner here.
There you go. Hey, I'm up here in Wisconsin, and a little rough up here around Toma there last night. I had a tornado up there, and I think they had one up in Dodge County, too, last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I took a break there in Johnson Creek. It's 67 degrees up there right now.
That's a lot more comfortable. I'm still 80 outside the secret bunker, Shadow Chaser.
Wow. Hey, I told you to get a good deal on some sheep there while you're on for you and fertilize at the same time.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Then I won't have to...
Hey, eat your lawn there and fertilize at the same time.
They generally don't do a good job of making an even cut, do they?
Oh, no, they get pretty close, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see what it's like. I'm all the way up there to Eau Claire. We'll see what it's like up through there this morning around Toma.
Good deal.
So, have a good weekend once you get there, Steve.
Yeah, just got to make it through a Friday. Well, first of all, today, and then our Friday. You got that. Thank you, Shadow Chaser. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, Pappy, I would say you're probably correct on that. They said, now that I think of it, how did Duke Energy know that fast that they were going to have this back up at like 9 o'clock in the morning? This undoubtedly had to be a planned event. Mighty nice of them to give us a heads up, though. I mean, because they knew within 2 to 5 minutes. Ain't no way. Yeah, on Tuesday of this week, we had neighbors actually sitting out in their cars with the AC on, trying to stay cool. Well, yeah, Tuesday, let me think. The official numbers out of Cincinnati Tuesday, the temperature, what I think we hit, was it 96? I can't recall, 96. Whatever, the heat index felt like 108 degrees Tuesday afternoon. So, yeah, to not have AC in your home, it got mighty warm, mighty quick. All right, Terry checking in. Steve, thank God. Monday, I'll be getting my new 18 kilowatt Generac generator that will run my entire home in the event of a power outage. All right, so Terry's going to be prepared for the next event when that time comes. Yep. I think we might just need a Generac generator outside the secret bunker here. Well, when we put everything together, putting this studio together, we put the battery backups. Now, the packaging says 5 hour. So our thinking was, all right, it's a 5 hour show. If the power were to ever go out and be out for the whole show, the 5 hour battery backups should get us through. We've got battery backup on the internet connection, battery backup on both of the internet locations. So I'll be one for the router area, one for where the line comes in, battery backups on the computer screens, which, of course, I think only 2 of the 3 screens are on the batteries, but we could still be broad. So the lights would go out. Yeah, I would have the lights from my computer monitors, but we have had power go out, not during the show a couple of times, that lasted more than just a few minutes. Now, your battery backups, these Mighty Mites, whatever, they start beeping, like every 10 seconds or something. They'll give you a beep, beep, beep. And within an hour, the every 10 seconds or so was down to a beep, 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 nonstop. And I'd say they didn't last more than 90 minutes. So the so-called 5 hour backup sure as hell ain't 5 hours. Yeah, they died a lot quicker than that. But I digress. We'll get our news break. Kentucky Ken coming up, Chevy Guy, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Federal Reserve intensified its fight against high inflation on Wednesday, raising its key interest rate by 0.75 of a point. The Fed's benchmark short-term rate will now be pegged to a range of 1.5% to 1.75%. It's the largest bump since 1994. A 19-year-old man could face a felony charge of making terrorist threats after officers say he posted plans on social media to carry out a mass shooting in Missouri. The Blue Springs Police Department says those threats caused at least 9 school districts in the eastern suburbs to cancel summer camps and classes on Wednesday. An FDA advisory panel gave a thumbs up on Wednesday to COVID-19 vaccines from Moderna and Pfizer for kids under the age of 5. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-333-1750. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-333-1750. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-333-1750. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-333-1750. 800-333-1750.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, let's get back to our calls here on a Thursday. Good morning, Kentucky Ken. How are you?
I'm doing well, Steve. How are you? Just leaving Oklahoma City on my way to Benton, Arkansas, running down I-40. I just wanted to call and tell you I'm sorry for your loss of your longtime friend. I just went through that, and that's not easy, I know. You know, you get to be friends with somebody, and any loss is tough. I know that. Hey, I also wanted to touch on something you guys were talking about a little bit last night on those crime statistics. I know for a fact, and when I was with the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, they always used to estimate that at least 10% of the crimes were either underreported or were not reported by agencies. And a lot of times, the reason behind that, you think about that, these cities wanted to be the safest cities. So let's say they had a burglary, they would change that to a different category and call it a theft or whatever. But they always said that those numbers were, they always estimated that those numbers were always underreported, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the numbers, I mean, yesterday morning, the story I had said 40%. I mean, that hadn't reported. That's a lot.
High. That seems high because on certain crimes, they're listed in categories, and they have to, like, let's say there's a murder, they have to list whether the gun, knife, beating, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, there were certain criteria you had to list, or if it was an auto theft or whatever. But a lot of agencies either did not do it correctly, like your little small agencies in small towns, and they always knew that was a lot was underreported.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be 40%. That seems awfully high, but I don't know for sure. But other than that, just running down the road, I did put in for a shuttle position, but unfortunately right now there's not one available at a Cincinnati, but I'm going to get the next call when one opens up. So I'm just going to try to get home a little bit more. I love seeing the country, Steve. I honest to God do. But I tell you what, it's tough being gone either Sunday or Monday to Friday or Saturday.
No doubt.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It is a tough. And I miss my dogs, So I know you can relate to that as well.
Yeah,
Everything
yes,
else
sir.
good?
Yeah.
Cincinnati?
Oklahoma City. So have you cooled off there? Is it cooled off or still cooking down there?
Nah, it's still cooking, my brother. It was 81 when I left. I was more towards downtown. It was 81. My truck's showing 78 right now. There's a nice tropical breeze going on. When I did my vehicle inspection, I felt like I was on the ocean with no sand.
Yep.
That's what I felt like. Yeah. So I heard it's going to break a little bit in Cincinnati by the weekend, so that's good.
That is correct. Yep. I know the feeling. It just felt like, I've had the same thoughts cross my mind. And stepping out the door, 2 o'clock in the morning, step out at the bunker. It's like, man, it feels like it's as warm and muggy as it would be like, walking the beach in Myrtle Beach in the middle of summer. Had that kind of feel in the air. All right, who's next up here? Rambler's on board. Hello, Rambler. What's happening?
Well, praise God, Steve. And I tell you what, I'm over here in Gramercy, Louisiana, and it's showing on my Apple Watch 81 degrees where I'm at. So it's this typical summertime pattern, warm, hot summer nights. But we're doing pretty good. Man, I tell you what, I love Big Moose's call a while ago. And, it just got me to thinking and everything. Steve, and I don't want to take up too much time. I think you got Chevy Guy waiting too. But, my grandfather was a pastor of a church, and even at a young age, probably I can go back to 3 years old, when I saw him step behind the pulpit, I knew right away. I didn't know anything about the Holy Spirit at that young age, but I knew there was something different because when he stepped behind the pulpit, he was a different person. Now, years later, I learned that was the anointing of the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost, There's a lot of preachers out there behind the pulpit these days, and in congregations follow him, and he's absolutely right. They driving these Greyhound buses full of people going straight to a devil's red hell is where they're going. Because you have people out there that call themselves men and women of God, sitting behind the pulpit, and they're anything but. The Word of God tells me in 2 Timothy, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. There's a lot of people that want the feel-good message, you know. Oh, I still want to live in my sin and feel good at the same time. Well, you know, you can't, you know, the Bible says, Jesus says, no man can serve two masters, Steve. You can't do it. You can't, look, Revelations chapter 3, he speaks to the very last church, the Laodicean church, and the word says, I know your works. You're neither hot nor cold, but I wish you were hot or cold. But because you're not hot or cold, you are lukewarm. And because you are lukewarm, I will vomit you out of my mouth. We got a lot of lukewarm Christians, a lot of lukewarm people that want to straddle the fence with God and say, well, I want to have my cake and eat it too, and that's not what God wants from you. Either God wants all of you, or you can't have none of him. You know, he wants all of you. You know, and if you're thinking about preaching, like my granddaddy told me, best make sure God's called you to do this. Because if you just want to get, and look, we all want to go out, we all want to, you know, give to charity, we all want to do good things, and Moose is absolutely right. You know, Jesus says when you give your alms or your tithes, don't let the right hand know what the left one's doing. And don't be like the hypocrites and make a big public scene. You know, when that little old widow woman gave them 2 mites, you know, she gave from her heart. She gave all she had, and she gave from her heart. While other people are just tossing in money left and right, trying to make a big name and boast for themselves, you know, she wouldn't worry about making a name. She wanted to give and, you know, and give from her heart. Mm-hmm. You know, and I love that call that Big Moose had, because I tell you, you know, I knew that God called me to preach a long time ago. I have a fear of the Lord. I know a lot of other people have a fear of the Lord. You know what the Word of God says? For fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, and understanding of Him is the beginning of wisdom. You know, fearing God don't mean you fear Him like He's a 3-headed monster. You know, you can incur the wrath of God. Yes, you absolutely can. But fear of the Lord is respecting God, respecting for who He made you, respecting for making the first, second, and third heavens. You know, love and respect the Lord. You know, a lot of people don't do that no more. They want the feel good message. They want to feel good, and you know, I pray for them, Steve. That's what I do. And try and show the love of Christ. It's like someone asked me the other day. They sent me a message that said, how can God, you know, he said, my faith wanes. How can God be so cruel in this world? I'm like, look, you got to understand something, people. I said, you make your way in this world. God gave you free will. You know, just like He gave Eve free will. She knew she wasn't supposed to eat that tree. But when you have your mind made up and the devil knows it, he'll persuade you to go further. And then along comes Adam. He didn't question God. God told him, you know, don't eat of that tree. He just went right along with it, you know. The fact of the matter is, you're given free will. You either choose to serve the Lord, or you choose to live in outer darkness. But know this, God's children, regardless of how you live, the Word of God says in Philippians chapter 2 that every knee shall bow and every tongue. That means every demon, every fallen angel, every sinner that's ever plummeted themselves down into a devil's red hell, and even the ones that are up there in heaven around the throne of God. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And I choose to be on the side to where I want to be around the throne and kneel before the Lord and say, you are the living Son of God, and I believe it in my heart. And Steve, thank you for taking my call. God bless you, everyone. And remember, before I get off here, love is just not a full-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and He does, I know I can love you, and I do. And remember this, lip service is one thing. Quit giving God lip service. Give Him action. Love you, Steve.
Have a good morning, Rambler. There's our message of the day. All right, speaking of, I got to get a quick 2-minute time out here. Coming up here in a matter of minutes, as a matter of fact. Stick around on TNCRadio.live this morning. Coming up right as we wrap things up, 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Great interview with Shelley Johnson with an economist, a professor, and former Federal Reserve member, gentleman by the name of Rick Roberts. It's going to break things down in layman's terms or understandable, plain old English. Some of the major issues that are facing our economy today. And we'll all definitely learn something there. Then it's Larry and Angie Baum's Taillights, sharing stories of the road as a married couple with millions of safe over-the-road miles. Yeah, Tom said, keep in mind the first few minutes of Wednesday night's program were lost. So the program will begin in progress, and they'll wrap things up there at the end of the show with a couple of extra songs to fill in that missed time. Had some technical glitches this past day, but we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we go, right back at it here, and thanks for hanging in there. Chevy Guy, yes, sir.
Oh, no problem. Everybody don't worry about them Chevy guys. He made it on once. It's more than enough. But, just wanted to add on something I forgot to say, because Monkey Geyser made mention that, running through Texas, I guess, you seen the oil. People are pumping the oil. Well, I guarantee you, they're doing it on private land. Anytime it got up above $80 a barrel, I mean, they're making money. And they're, so, yeah. My grandsons, I got two of them in West Virginia, and they're working, and they've been busting tail. I've got another grandson that they fly him all over the country on a fracking crew. So the only time under this COVID thing, or after Biden did the pipeline thing, it seemed like there might have been a month or maybe two where they sort of hiccuped, where they were trying to. What do we do now? And then after that, they've been full blast running into it. All this, but obviously there's a cut because the price is going up. Biden's begging for oil from the OPEC. But we always got to remember when they released that oil reserve,
And come to find out, most of that oil ended up on ships going back to China, not here. We've signed on to that agreement. When they pump that oil out of the ground, and then they send it down the line and truck it, train it, whatever, pipeline it. And then it's them boys in three-piece suits in New York City that bid on this stuff. And if there's somebody over from China here that's going to bid on this and pay more money for that oil than an American company, then it's going to go overseas. So, yeah, we need to get back to where Trump was, where we had the oil. We had, every asset we had working and pumping oil. And it does seem like, if you heard little bits and pieces, Biden's backtracking. They're doing it quietly. They're not trouting it out because of the people that support them. Well, backbite them terrible. So they're going. I guarantee you, they're going to try to get the price down for this next election coming. But I just wanted to let everybody know. The relations in my family. My grandsons, they're busting their tail in the oil industry. So, I'll sit back and say this. The oil companies don't seem to care. Remember, a lot of these oil companies are not run by just Americans. They don't really give a coot if America survives or fails, as long as they can make a dollar bill. So it's a cutthroat industry also. But it's just a free enterprise system. We got to learn to live in it, I guess. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show, what's left of it, and can't wait for the next one. How about it?
Sounds like a
Chevy
plan.
Guy.
All right, Chevy Guy out. Yeah, there ain't a whole lot of time left, but a final footnote is in industry headlines. PAM Transportation. According to FreightWaves, they've made their first acquisition in nearly 20 years. Announcing this past day, they've acquired Metropolitan Trucking, based in the New York area. $77.4 million. Metropolitan is also a truckload carrier. Now, the most recent PAM acquisition before this was all the way back in 2003, McNeil Trucking at the time. In the statement this past day, PAM said Metropolitan has $83.3 million in revenue in the past 12 months, ending March 31. $75.4 million net of fuel. Its earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation was $22.1 million. Operating income, $13.5 million. By contrast, Arkansas-based PAM had 12 months revenue net of fuel, $641.3 million, operating income just over $100 million. As we looked to do our first acquisition in some time, Metropolitan checked all the boxes on what we were looking for in a company. According to the statement, we plan to run it as a separate business, which will allow the experienced management team, the drivers, the employees to continue to provide the same high level of service and attention that their customers have come to expect. Now, they said there's several reasons for the acquisition: the drivers, the culture, the geographic reach, experienced office team. Big reasons they said they felt it would complement PAM. So there you go. And that's where we'll have to close things out this morning here on a Thursday. All right. Enjoy your day. Be safe out there. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.